Dito sa Kamara nag-uumpisa ang proseso ng impeachment, alinsunod sa saligang batas. Ang mga opisyal na maaaring maisailalim sa prosesong ito, ang Presidente, Vice-Presidente, mga maestrado ng Korte Suprema at mga opisyal ng constitutional offices. Nitong Pebrero 2026, sunod-sunod na inihain sa tanggapan ng House Secretary General ang 4 na impeachment complaints laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Una naghain ng impeachment complaint ang Makabayan Coalition. Sinundan ito ng reklamo mula sa Tindig Pilipinas. Ang ikatlong reklamo, sinampa ng grupo ng mga pari, madre at abogado habang inihain ng 4th impeachment complaint ng private lawyer na si Attorney Nathaniel Cabrera. Halos pare-pareho ang laman ng mga reklamo. Maling paggamit umano ng confidential funds, alegasyong bribery, questionable at hindi tamang pagdedeklara ng yaman ang umano'y pagbabanta sa buhay ng Pangulo, unang ginang at dating House Speaker sa isang live video. Ang mga reklamo naiakyat sa tanggapan ng House Speaker na isama sa agenda ng plenaryo hanggang sa nai-refer noong February 23, 2026 sa House Committee on Justice. Ito na ang opisyal na initiation ng impeachment proceedings, ang pagsisimula ng 1-year bar.
Mula sa 4 na orihinal na impeachment complaints laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte, 2 lamang ang natira. Ang ikatlo at ang ika-4 na reklamo. Ang unang reklamo kasi isinantabi dahil sa paglabag sa 1-year bar rule, habang ang ikalawa winidraw upang mas mapabilis ang proseso ng impeachment.
March 2, 2026, dineklarang sufficient inform ang ikatlo at ika-4 na reklamo.
The chair declares the 3rd impeachment complaint, that is Father Zabalia et al. Impeachment complaint, sufficient inform. So ruled.
March 4, deklarado na ring sufficient in substance ang 2 impeachment complaints.
The chair declares the sufficiency in substance of Zabala et al. Impeachment complaint. So ruled.
At March 18, idineklarang sufficient in grounds ang mga ito. Formal na nagsimula ang impeachment hearings noong March 25 at sinundan noong April 14, 22 at 29. Sa huling araw ng impeachment hearing, dineklarang may probable cause para ma-impeach ang vice-presidente at napagpasyahan na i-consolidate ang 2 reklamo. Dumaan ang mga reklamo sa pagdinig ng House Committee on Justice bilang pag-iingat at upang maiwasan ang issue ng due process dahil na rin sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema.
If the Vice President is guilty, let the truth convict her. If she is innocent, let the process clear her.
May 4, unanimously approved ang committee report ng House Committee on Justice at ang Articles of Impeachment. At pagsapit ng May 11, sa botong 257 na pabor, 25 na tutol at 9 na nag-abstain, in-impeach ng Kamara si Vice President Sara Duterte. Sa kasagsagan ng gulo sa Senado noong May 13, formal nang naitransmit ng Kamara sa mataas na kapulungan ang Articles of Impeachment laban sa Vice-Presidente. Habang hindi pa nagsisimula ang impeachment trial sa Senado, tuloy-tuloy ang paghahanda ng binong 11-man prosecution panel ng Kamara. Ito ay pinamumunuan ni House Committee on Justice Chairperson Jervil Luistro. July 6, 2026, ang target na pagsisimula ng Senate impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Marami na ang nakaabang. Marami ang naghihintay ng kasagutan at katotohanan. Ang inyong kapuso, Isa Avendaño Umali. Balitang Totoo.
Lilitisin at hahatulan ng mga senador si Vice President Sara Duterte na inimpeach ng Kamara dahil sa di umano ay maraming paglabag sa konstitusyon. Kung maraming ang paglabag ang Vice-Presidente sa konstitusyon, bakit ang mga senador ang magsasagawa ng paglilitis o magsasagawa ng tinatawag na impeachment trial?
Ang impeachment ay kapangyarihan ng Kongreso bilang kinatawan ng taong bayan na tanggalin sa posisyon ang mataas na public official na inakusahan ng serious crime o misconduct. Batay sa konstitusyon, kabilang si Vice President Sara Duterte sa impeachable officers at kabilang sa grounds para sa impeachment ang mga paratang sa kanya ng Kamara na culpable violation of the Constitution, betrayal of public trust, bribery at graft and corruption. Nakasaad din sa konstitusyon na ang Senado ang may sole power na maglitis at magdesisyon sa lahat ng impeachment cases, kaya ang mga senador ang tatayong tagapaglitis o senator judges na maghahatol kung guilty o hindi si Vice President Duterte sa mga paratang. Ang impeachment trial ay sui generis o class of its own. Magkahalo itong legal at political processes na dalawa lamang ang pwedeng hatol na hindi pwedeng iapela kahit sa Korte Suprema. Ang isa ay acquittal o pagpapawalang sala at ang isa pa ay conviction o hatol na guilty kung saan ang parusa ay pagkakatanggal sa pwesto at habang buhay ng pagbabawalan na humawak ng anumang posisyon sa gobyerno. Sa hatol na guilty batay sa konstitusyon, kailangang 2/3 ng lahat ng miyembro ng Senado ang boto o 16 mula sa 24 na senador. Paano ngayon gugulong ang impeachment trial batay sa impeachment rules na ginawa ng Senado? Noong May 18, 2026, ilang araw matapos matanggap ng Senado ang verified articles of impeachment buhat sa Kamara, nag-convene ang Senado bilang impeachment court at nanumpa ang mga senador na magiging patas bilang senator judges.
I will do impartial justice according to the Constitution and the laws of the Philippines. So help me God.
Nakasuot sila ng impeachment robe na ayon kay dating Senate President Franklin Drilon ay tradisyon para ipakita na nanunungkulan sila bilang huwes na bukod sa kanilang katungkulan bilang mambabatas, kaya tinatawag sila na senator judges.
By tradition, naka-robe, because that distinguishes the Senate from its function purely as a legislative body. In this particular case, they are performing a function which is not legislative in nature. They are quasi. That's why they are called senator judges.
Sa pasya ng impeachment court, idaraos ang impeachment trial mula sa July 6.
Kapag natapos ng dinggin ang panig ng prosecution at ng depensa sa gitna ng impeachment trial, magagawad na ang mga senador ng kanilang hatol para sa bawat isa sa 4 na articles of impeachment laban sa Vice-Presidente.
Ayon kay Drilon, kanya-kanya na ang mga senador kung ano ang pagbabatayan sa paggagawad ng hatol sa Vice-Presidente.
Standard, ano yung pamantayan po ng pagboto dapat ng mga senador?
Theoretically, preponderance of evidence, but technically, the senator judges can decide on whatever standard they have in mind. They vote in accordance with their conscience and the evidence that are presented, which they are supposed to assess objectively. But certainly, it is not. There is no standard of proof beyond reasonable doubt as a requirement for conviction, unlike in a criminal case.
Kapag hinatulan si Vice President Sara Duterte ng impeachment court na guilty sa kahit isa sa 4 na articles of impeachment, matatanggal na siya sa kanyang posisyon. Hindi na rin siya pwedeng humawak ng kahit anong posisyon sa gobyerno, kaya ibig sabihin, hindi na siya po pwedeng kumandidato sa pagkapangulo sa 2028 kagaya ng kanyang plano. Kapag naman pinawalang sala ng impeachment court ang Vice-Presidente, pwede siyang subukin na ipa-impeach muli makalipas ang 1 taon batay sa mga proseso. Mula rito sa Senado, ako si Nympha Ravelo ng Jemmy, Super Radio DZBB, Balitang Totoo.
Binubuo ng mga pari, madre, mga abogado at kasapi ng civil society group ang isa sa 2 impeachment complaint na nakasalang sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Pinangungunahan ito ni Reverend Father Joel Saballa bilang lead complainant, Father Joselito Sarabia, Father Edilbert Baculi, Reverend Father Rogelio de Rosario, Pastor Leonard Arevalo, Sister Maria Lisa Ruedas, Sister Violeta Cecilio at Sister Geraldine Denoga. Sa panig naman ng mga abogado at civil society, kinabibilangan nito ni na Atty. Armando Ligutan na siyang lead counsel, Atty. Halilo de la Torre, Atty. Democrito Barcenas, Atty. Lourdes Barcenas, Pinky Tam at Maria Loreto Lopez. Ayon kay Father Joselito Sarabia, na 23 taon na sa pagiging pare, bukas ang kanilang kamalayan sa usapin ng korupsyon na kinasasangkutan ng Vice Presidente lalo na sa ginawang investigasyon noon ng Kamara. Naniniwala rin siyang may dapat ipaliwanag si VP Sara sa usapin ng confidential funds.
Aware din kami sa mga investigation na naganap after him pagkatapos yun nga, yung mga findings sa confidential fund ni Sara Duterte, sa DepEd at sa iba pa. So we closely monitored it.
Ayon naman kay Pinky Tam na isang dating OFW na kalaunan ay sumama sa grupong Stand Up for God, naging batayan niya para sumama sa pagsusulong ng reklamo ay ang pagbaliwala nito sa hangad ng publiko na sagutin ang mga aligasyon laban dito.
Nung nagkaroon ng Quadcom Committee, naririnig naman natin yung mga tanong kay VP Sara na bakit gano'n, parang hindi naman niya ginagalang yung taong bayan sa mga kinikilos niya bilang pangalawang pinakamataas na pinuno sa bansa, di ba?
Opo.
Sana naman, ipakita naman niya na yung totoo ba?
Opo.
Kung may malasakit siya sa Pilipino, gawin niya.
Naniniwala rin si Pinky Tam na gustong marinig ng publiko ang paliwanag niya ukol sa paglantad ng mga questionableng pangalan na nakinabang ng pondo ng kanyang tanggapan tulad ni Mergis Piatos. Para naman sa Cebuanong abogado na si Atty. Armando Virgil Ligutan, hindi naging maganda para sa kanya ang video ng pagbabanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa first couple at sa dating House Speaker. Ayon kay Ligutan, hindi normal sa isang Vice Presidente na magsalita ng ganun.
Isang bagay yan na talagang kahit sino, no? Kahit sinong abogado, kahit sinong pare, madre or abogado, talagang may isipan mong maghabla, mag-file ng complaint against the Vice President for that.
Bukod dito, naniniwala rin si Atty. Ligutan na isa sa mga dapat na ipaliwanag ng Vice Presidente ay ang mga akusasyon ukol sa umano'y hidden wealth nito.
Yung unexplained wealth for me, isang bagay yan, no, na parang pinoproject mo sa masa, sa publiko, kayo simpleng tao. Based naman sa mga dokumento galing sa AMLAC mismo, hindi kayo mga simpleng tao, yung mga simpleng bilyonaryo kayo.
Ilan sa mga complainant ay naging bahagi ng impeachment complaint noong nakaraang taon na idineklarang iligal ng Korte Suprema. At ngayon, may mas malaking dahilan umano kung bakit dapat na matuloy ang impeachment trial.
Well, ang amin na naman ay nakikita namin na masama yung pagnanakaw. Dito po ako sa Payatas, dito yung City Jail ng Quezon City. At nagmimisa po kami doon at sa ibang jail din. At marami sa kanila nagnakaw lang ng 50,000, hundreds of thousand. Pero nakakulong sila 10, 20 years.
Aminado naman ang ilan sa mga complainant na hindi na normal ang kasalukuyan nilang sitwasyon mula nang maging complainant sila sa kaso.
Pero sa loob ko, naku, kinakabahan ako. Pero wala, sinabi ko na yung sarili ko, yung pamilya ko takot. Hindi naman kami pro-BBM, di ba? Hindi ibig sabihin na pro-impeachment kami, pro-BBM kami.
Ako si Alan Gatos ng GMA Super Radyo DZBB, Balitang Totoo.
Isinulong naman ng isa ring abogado ang isa pang impeachment complaint laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Kabilang sa reklamo ni Atty. Nathaniel Cabrera, ang umano'y hindi may paliwanag na paggamit ng pondo ng Vice Presidente sa kanyang tanggapan at noong pamunuan niya ang Department of Education. Kasama sa 72 pahinang reklamo ni Cabrera ang mga akusasyon sa Vice Presidente kaugnay ng hindi may paliwanag na yaman at maling deklarasyon sa Statement of Assets, Liabilities and Net Worth o SALN. Gayon din ang panunuhol sa mga opisyal ng Department of Education at maling paggamit ng pondo ng Office of the Vice President at DepEd. At ang pagbabanta sa buhay ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. Dalawang mababatas ang nag-endorse nito, sina La Union Representative at House Deputy Speaker Francisco Paulo Ortega at si Manila 6th District Representative Benny Abante. Hindi tayo pinalad na makausap si Atty. Cabrera, ngunit ayon kay Congressman Abante bilang endorser, may malaking tungkulin silang kailangang gampanan upang isulong ang impeachment kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Sa kanyang pahayag noong March 4, 2026 sa pagdinig ng House Committee on Justice, sinabi ng mamabatas na ito ay usapin ng transparency at tiwala ng publiko.
The public official earns a certain salary, but their wealth grows far beyond what the salary could reasonably explain, then the people have the right to ask questions.
Nilinaw din ni Abante na ang pag-endorso niya ay hindi paghiganti kung hindi pagbibigay linaw sa daang-daang milyong pisong confidential funds na na-encash at naubo sa loob ng 11 araw nang walang tamang paliwanag kung saan napunta.
And one particular transaction has raised serious questions. 125 million pesos allegedly encashed and liquidated within just 11 days in December of 2022.
Maging ang pagbabanta sa Pangulo, First Lady at dating Speaker ay isa umunong seryosong bagay.
But let us be honest, threatening the life of the head of his state is not something that can be brushed aside as humor, particularly if this was even stated by the second holder of the authority of the land.
At hindi rin umano mapalalampas ang reklamong bribery.
Now whether these claims ultimately proved true is something that must be determined through evidence. But when sworn affidavits, audit findings, and documentary records raise serious questions about how public funds were handled, Congress cannot simply look away.
Samantala ayon naman kay Congressman Francisco Paulo Ortega, hindi na naging mahirap sa kanyang unawain ang ebidensya sa impeachment complaint. Anya noon kasing talakayin pa lamang ng budget ng Department of Education at ng Office of the Vice President sa Kongreso ay hindi na maipaliwanag ang pondo ng naturang mga tanggapan.
Well, part naman po tayo ng 19th Congress nung sa Quadcom, sa Blue Ribbon Committee ng Kongreso. Hindi na ako masyado kailangan kumbinsin dahil na-witness po natin first hand lahat yung mga yan, yung mga witnesses, yung mga sunod-sunod po na hearings. Sa budget briefing pa nga lang po, ang dami nang hindi masagot na tanong, paano pa po kaya sa mismong impeachment trial. So hindi ko kailangan kumbinsin yung sarili ko o kumbinsin ng ibang tao. Kaya tayo po ay nag-endorse ng impeachment complaint dito sa 20th Congress.
Pero ang pinakamabigat umanong laman ng reklamo ay ang pagbabanta ni VP Duterte kay Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr., kay First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos at dating Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez.
Well, nagsistand pa rin ako dun sa sa grave threats kasi sabi ko nga sa ibang bansa usually pag trinete mo yung Pangulo, federal offense na yan, dadamputin ka na.
Isa rin umano sa nilalaman ng reklamo na nagpabigat ng kaso ay ang mga hindi maipaliwanag na yaman at mga bank transactions. Dahil dito, tiwala si Ortega na mauuwi sa conviction ang impeachment case laban kay VP Sara Duterte dahil sa mga ebidensyang hawak ng prosecution.
Very confident po tayo, gaya po ng ating mga prosecutors, na sabi nga po nila na conviction po ang tinitignan natin dito.
Ako po si Glenn Huego ng Super Radyo DZBB. Balitang totoo.
Sa July 6, 2026, formal ng aarangkada ang impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Ang prosecution at depensa dito maglalatag ng mga ebidensya at mga testigo. Dito rin, magpapamala sila ng kanilang mga diskarte at estilo. Kilalanin natin ang mga miyembro ng House Prosecution Panel at Defense Team ni Vice President Sara Duterte.
May 12, 2026, inanunsyo sa plenaryo ng Kamara ang pangalan ng mga kongresista na parte ng 11-man House Prosecution Team na sasabak sa impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Sila ay sina Batangas Representative Jervil Luistro, Manila Representative Joel Chua, Bicol Saro Party List Representative Terry Didon, San Juan City Representative Isabel Maria Zamora, One Rider Party List Representative Rodge Gutierrez, Iloilo Representative Lawrence Defensor, Akbayang Party List Representative Shell Jokno, Mamamayang Liberal Party List Representative Leila De Lima, Dinagat Island Representative Kaka Bag-aw, Bukidnon Representative Jonathan Kit Flores, at Cagayan de Oro Representative Lordan Suwan. Napiling House Lead Prosecutor si Luistro na siyang chairperson ng House Committee on Justice at nanguna sa impeachment proceedings laban sa Vice-Presidente. Si Luistro, naging lawyer consultant ng isang Special Presidential Task Force na nagsiyasat sa landmark tax credit scam noong Administrasyong Arroyo. Nakilala rin siya bilang bahagi ng House Quad Committee noong 19th Congress. Karamihan sa mga miyembro ng House Prosecution Team, parte ng Prosecution Panel noong 19th Congress. Gaya ni Chua, na pinuno ng House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability na nanguna sa investigasyon sa issue ng confidential funds laban kay Vice President Duterte noong nakaraang Kongreso. Habang napili na mapasama bilang prosecutors ngayong 20th Congress, sina Ridon, De Lima, Jokno, Bag-aw at Suwan. Sa kasagsagan ng paghahanda ng House Prosecution Panel, ipinakilala na rin ang tatayong tagapagsalita ng lupon o mga House Trial Spokesperson. Sila ay sina Lanao del Sur Representative Zia Alonto Adyong at Kabataan Party List Representative Rene Co.
Ipinakilala na rin ng House Prosecution Panel ang private prosecutors na kanilang makakatuwang para sa impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Kabilang dito, sina Attorneys Lorna Kapunan, Amando Ligutan, Marfort Fua at Tudor Te.
Sa panig ng defense team, 16 na abogado ang nakalista para dumepensa sa pangalawang Pangulo. Karamihan sa kanila mula sa Fortune, Narvasa, and Salazar Law Firm. Sila ay sina Attorney Philip Sigrid Fortune, Attorney Gregorio Narvasa II, Attorney Sheila Sison, Attorney Christine Ferrer, Attorney Carlo Joaquin Narvasa, Attorney Justin Nicole Gulliar, Attorney David Ronel Golia, Attorney Lindol Baquel, Attorney Carol Oroseo, Attorney Clarlane Radok, Attorney Francesca Marie Flores, Attorney Miguel Carlos Fernandez. Gayon din sina Attorney Michael Powa, Attorney Mark Vinluan, Attorney Ralph Bodota at Attorney Roberto Batungbakal. Ang mangunguna sa kanila ang veteranong litigator na si Attorney Sison. Batay sa law firm ng Fortune, Narvasa and Salazar, si Sison ang kanilang Lawyer of the Year mula 2015 hanggang 2019. Habang si Attorney Powa tumayong tagapagsalita ng DepEd noong kalihim pa nito si Sara Duterte at ng Office of the Vice President. June 18, 2026, unang pagkakataon na nagharap ang prosekusyon at depensa sa pre-trial conference sa Senado.
Ilang araw na lamang magsisimula na ang impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Sa tansya, posibleng umabot ng 7 hanggang 8 buwan ang paglilitis. Pero sa panahong ito, masasagot na ba ang mga katanungan at ang mga aligasyon laban sa pangalawang Pangulo? At ano ang magiging hatol ng Senator Judges? Convict ba o acquit? Ito ang ating aabangan. Ako si Isa Avendaño Umali, Balitang Totoo.
Sa impeachment trial na isasagawa ng Senado mula sa Lunes, ika-6 ng Hulyo, ay aakto na ang mga senador bilang mga hukom. Malaking tanong kung paano nila lilitisin at hahatulan ang vice-presidente dahil ilan sa kanila ay dati ng kaalyado ng Vice President at ng kanyang ama na si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Meron din namang ilang senador na dati na nilang mga kritiko. Mayroon na ring debate kung paano sila maghahatol sa vice-presidente kung hindi kumpleto ang mga senador dahil may nakakulong o kaya ay nagtatago.
Sa Section 3 ng Rules on Impeachment ng Senado, nakasaad na dapat pairalin ng mga senador ang political neutrality sa kabuuan ng paglilitis. Ang kahulugan nito, dapat nilang gampanan ang pagiging senator judge ng patas anuman ang partidong kinaaaniban o pinapanigan. Nitong May 18, 2026, nag-convene ang Senado bilang impeachment court at nanumpa ang 23 senador na magiging patas bilang senator judges alinsunod sa konstitusyon at mga batas. Wala noon si Senator Ronald De La Rosa na huling nakita nung lumabas sa Senate building nung madaling araw ng ika-14 ng Mayo, ilang oras matapos ang shooting incident sa Senado.
Please all rise for the arrival of the Senate President, the presiding officer of the Impeachment Court, and the senator judges.
The Sergeant at Arms is directed to make a proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Pia Cayetano.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with a deep sense of responsibility. We ask for your wisdom, Lord, the kind of wisdom that seeks only what is true and what is right. As senator judges, may we listen carefully, reason clearly, and decide justly. May we never lose sight of the fact that our role here is not to serve any interest, but the interest of the Filipino people and the integrity of our institutions. We pray for fairness in every step of this process. May the truth be heard, may the evidence speak for itself, and may justice, whatever form it takes, be arrived at with honesty and with clear conscience. We also pray for our nation. We know that moments like this can divide us. May this process, difficult as it is, bring us closer to the kind of Philippines we all want to live in, one where no one is above the law and where every Filipino can trust that justice is real. In your word, Book of Timothy 2, verses 1 to 2, Timothy urges the people to pray, petition, and intercede for their leaders. We are a prayerful nation, O Lord. Please hear our prayers. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Cayetano Alan. Senator Judge Cayetano Pia. Senator Judge De La Rosa. Senator Judge Ejercito. Senator Judge Estrada. Senator Judge Go. Senator Judge Ontiveros. Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Lapid. Senator Judge Legarda. Senator Judge Marcoleta. Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Soto III. Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin. Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi. Senator Judge Villanueva. Senator Judge Villar Camille. Senator Judge Villar Mark. Senator Judge Zubiri. The presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero. Senate President Gatchalian.
With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. We recognize the presiding officers, Senator Chis Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. The presiding officer dispenses with the reading of the journal, and if there are unless there are objections, considers the journal of July 7, 2026 as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Cyrus Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances of the parties. Tech, kindly turn on the mic.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
Appearances for the respondent.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the Vice President.
Clerk of court is instructed to kindly bring the witness that was testifying yesterday. I believe Mr. Calilong.
Your Honor, the prosecution is ready for the continuation of the presentation of our first witness, NBI Agent Calilong. And with that, Your Honor, we would like to request that Attorney Virgil Ligutan, Attorney Amado Ligutan be recognized, Your Honor.
For the record, Attorney Ligutan will be representing the counsel for prosecutors, and on the part of the respondent, it will be Attorney Narvasa. Yes, Your Honor. That would be correct. By the way, while we're
Yes, Your
waiting
Honor.
for the witness, Attorney Narvasa, if you recall yesterday, Attorney Ligutan, in response to a question by a senator judge, gave a discussion, a peroration, if you will. But yesterday I said we will be giving counsel the same opportunity. I cleared it earlier with Senator Pia Cayetano, who wanted the statements deleted from the record. However, since this is a televised proceeding, nakita na eh, napakinggan na eh. So, i-erase ko man sa record, baliwala na lang. The fairest thing to do is to give you an opportunity as well. Attorney Ligutan spent 5 minutes and 18 seconds delivering its discussion, the court will give you the same time after your cross-examination
Your
with a
Honor.
warning. With a warning and reminder from the presiding officer that the presiding officer will not tolerate such perorations again by either party, even if it is in response to a question of a senator judge, and the presiding officer will try to remind as best we can senator judges to let the witnesses present the evidence of both parties instead of the counsels presenting both facts and law through their statements. Senator Judge Cayetano, Alan.
I'd like to thank the presiding officer for prudence, for wisdom in trying to resolve this issue. And I do understand that we are 24 people, all elected by the people, all wanting justice, all wanting a fair trial. Having said that, prudence dictates that we stop ourselves from asking certain questions that can prejudice the whole trial, whether or not our intention is to do so. So the problem is well stated by the presiding officer that if we simply delete from the record, mapapanood nyo na rin naman sa YouTube yung magandang discussion ng prosecution. So, on one sense, it is fair to give the defense a chance to answer. But on another sense, it's unfair. Why? Because whoever phrases the question, lamang na eh. Kasi yung question nga is, why is this an impeachable offense? So for example, if I was the one who stood up yesterday and I asked the prosecution, why is this a political vendetta? And why is the House not investigating the flood control instead of investigating the Vice President? That would be unfair. That would be unfair to the House. That would be unfair to everyone. So simply giving the prosecution the chance to answer that question I asked would be unfair to everyone. So I do not know the solution. I accept the solution of the presiding officer. Now, let's not tolerate any more questions like that. I agree with Senator P. I don't like being called out. But that's the role of the presiding officer and the Senate President. No? So sana yun lang, no, na one, when we ask the questions, we'll make sure it doesn't prejudice the whole trial. Whatever we say here, may ma-accuse na lawyering for the prosecution or defense. Okay lang yun. Okay lang yun. Sa prayer nga kahapon, di ba? Basta justice, bahala na magalit. Okay. But my last point, Mr. President, let's give the defense a little latitude in not only answering that question, but what you want to say. Because nga, the question is unfair. So if you're simply going to answer that question, then it won't solve the problem na nakapagsalita sila 5 minutes, kayo nakapagsalita. So we'll consider, personally, I'll consider the very eloquent answer yesterday as a sort of a closing. So same, personally lang, Mr. Presiding Officer, give the latitude to the defense na parang closing din, whatever. Because they have affirmative defenses. And they did not push us to hear that. They went straight to trial. So dun din sa mga nagsasabi na delay sa dami ng objection, that's unfair. No? Let's give everyone latitude here. The same thing, I think, may konting ano sa internet na photocopies are not original and the counsel was simply citing, tama ba? A Supreme Court decision, no?
And the rules of court.
And the rules of court. So I'm just saying it's an emotional issue. So all of us will be hit, badgered, whatever. I think trabaho naman nung witness natin, bantayan yung internet. So as long as hindi foul, hindi threat. But having said that, Mr. President, let's give each other leeway, but only to the point that the trial will not disintegrate, di ba, into a political fiasco or circus. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of Senator Judge Alan Cayetano are noted. Senator Judge Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be brief. First of all, I'd just like to confirm that I acknowledge what the presiding officer said, that I agreed. Basically, I'm withdrawing my motion in the interest of fairness, because the delivery of justice is about fairness. So kung nakapagsalita nga ang prosecution with their closing statement, di pwede rin dapat mag-closing statement ang defense, no? So I am amenable to that. But very, very, very briefly, Mr. President, I'd like to put on record, why are we being strict about the rules? Why do I have to bother standing up? Well, because nothing in this world will run well without the rules. Now, my colleagues, the Senate is a basketball-loving Senate. Dami dito, hilig mag-basketball. Kung ako volleyball player, colleagues ko basketball. I'll use basketball as an example. Will you have a decent basketball game if there's no rules? No, there's rules. That's why we stand up. And then sometimes there are also opportunities to question the rules. That's also fine. But that's why we have to stand up and call the attention of the presiding officer when we feel that the rules are being violated. And we will continue to do so when we believe it is necessary in the interest of justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of the lady are noted. Since we are discussing housekeeping chores and matters, let the presiding officer continue with the same. The presiding officer will call for a break midway through in order to afford the parties 15 minutes to relax, go over their notes, and do their thing. In regard to senator judges or counsels for the parties who are not on deck, you're free to answer the call of nature in the least disruptive manner possible and return afterwards outside of the 15 minutes that we will be doing halfway through the proceedings. And finally, a request has been brought to the presiding officer to request as well the senator judges to lower the tone of conversational voices because I think where you're seated is an echo chamber. Naririnig sa iba't ibang sulok ng plenaryong ito yung mga sinasabi din ninyo at hindi rin nakakapag-concentrate yung ilan sa ating mga kasama na nakaupo sa paligiran ninyo. Just a reminder, and one last reminder before I recognize counsel for the respondent, Mr. Calilong, you will be testifying once again and will be undergoing cross-examination under the same oath
Yes, Your
that
Honor.
you took yesterday. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel for respondent. Attorney Narvasa, if you're ready, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to approach a witness?
You may do so.
Thank you, Your
counsel.
Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Calilong.
Good afternoon, sir.
During your direct examination, you testified that you were trained on photo and video authentication.
Yes, sir.
You said that you were trained for 2 weeks?
Specific for photo and video, sir.
Sir, my questions are answerable by yes or a no. Can
Yes, sir.
you please constrain yourself to these questions, unless I tell you, okay?
Objection to that, Your Honor, please.
And you got this training
Your Honor,
from...
objection to that. I have to
Before
make an
counsel for
objection.
respondent proceeds, counsel for the prosecutor to let the presiding officer
Your Honor.
recognize you first. You are so recognized, sir. What is your objection?
Thank you so much. Inasmuch as I would like to accommodate the defense that in asking the question that the witness is to be limited to a yes or no question, Your Honor, please. Unfortunately, Your Honor, please, that's not sanctioned in the rules. There's nothing in our rules that would allow a defense to constrain a witness, even on cross-examination, to answer the questions by a yes or no answer. It's not in the rules. So, Your Honor, please, we cannot constrain a witness to answering either a yes or a no. The witness should be able to qualify. The usual answer by the defense is that it could be handled by the prosecution on redirect. But that is not the case, Your Honor, please. So long as there is nothing in the rules that would allow the defense to constrain the witness to answer yes or no, the prosecution will vehemently object to that, Your Honor,
The
please.
presiding officer
May I, Your
overrules
Honor?
the presiding officer overrules the objection. The counsel for prosecutors can make a continuing objection regarding this matter, but it is the position of the presiding officer that the witness is seasoned enough. According to his testimony yesterday, he has attended over, if I recall correctly, 30 hearings already. So he would know how to respond and to explain if the need would arise and it's up for counsel for the respondent, if at all, to strike out whatever answers that are not responsive to his question. Counsel for respondent may proceed.
Thank
We
you.
would abide, Your Honor. We would abide.
Thank you, counsel for the prosecutors.
And you testified that you got this training from MaxCore Interventures.
Yes, sir.
And you said that the training you got from MaxCore Interventures was in digital forensics.
Yes, sir.
I have with me in Articles of Partnership of MaxCore Interventures Co. You see that it states that it is the Articles of Partnership of MaxCore Interventures Co.
Your Honor, may we allow Attorney Stephen Magallaon to also approach the witness stand to peruse the document. And of course, at this juncture, Your Honor, please, I have to object.
I have no question yet, Your Honor.
Yeah, I am objecting to the witness being shown an articles of incorporation. A partnership of a partnership, Your Honor, please. Anyways, since the question has not been asked, I will.
Let us wait for the question, counsel. In the meantime, the presiding officer allows counsel for the prosecutors to examine the document being presented to the witness.
And Your Honor, for the reference of the senators, we are flashing this Articles of Partnership on the screens. Sir, please take a look at page 2 of these articles. Page 2, sir. That's here. Page 1, page 2. Let's read it together, okay? Primary purpose, to engage in the business of trading both import and export of goods on wholesale, retail basis. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now on page, the same very same page 2. The secondary purpose. Let's read it together again. Own, use, improve, develop, subdivide, sell, exchange, lease of all kinds, including buildings, houses, apartments, and other structures. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
After that, in the same page 2, the secondary purpose is to print, publish, distribute, buy, sell, acquire rights to and generally deal in all kinds of software packages, books, periodicals, newspapers, magazines, journals, and other publications dealing in or having to do with subjects of all kinds, character, and all acts of things as may time to time be deemed needful, necessary, or required. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm showing you a screenshot of the website of this MaxCore Interventures Co. It states under About Us. I am also flashing this on the screen, Your Honors, for the ease of the senator judges.
Your Honor, at this juncture, the prosecution will now manifest that there was no question propounded as to the presentation of the Articles of Partnership. And the counsel is now moving forward to the presentation of an alleged website. Therefore, it seems that the defense counsel is the one presenting the documents without propounding any question to this witness. Highly improper, Your Honor, please. Highly improper. The counsel should be asking question and not presenting document. You will have your turn when the defense team is allowed to present your evidence. 2 documents, no question yet. Highly improper, Your Honor, please. Again, I don't want to put the lawyer on the spot, but that is highly improper. Ask questions.
Your Honor, I did ask questions.
No, there was no question.
Can we ask that the transcript be read back?
Counsel, kindly proceed.
Thank you.
Counsel for the prosecutors, with the understanding that Mr. Calilong is not testifying as to the truth of whatever counsel asked him or what he read, because clearly he's not competent
Agreed,
to testify as to the truth of what is contained in the Articles of Partnership. However, as to the fact that he read it and saw it, up to that extent, and the senator judges are so advised as well. So ordered. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I am on cross, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, under the words about us, it says MaxScore Interventures has been established as a one-stop source of different products and services intended for both government and private institutions. Its company tagline, Innovation Without Boundaries, stands true testament to provide customers with quality merchandise, from the simplest to the most sophisticated ones at very affordable prices. The company places a long-term business relationship through customer satisfaction on top of its priority list, with integrity and honesty as the foundation of the company. It envisions to evolve into excellence amidst the competitive pace of information technology. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, now I'm showing you another screenshot of the website of this MaxScore Interventures Co. You confirm that I'm also flashing this for the ease of the court. Sir,
At this point, Your Honor, please, allowed. The prosecution is allowed.
Counsel for the prosecutor is recognized.
Your Honor, not by way of an objection, but a manifestation, Your Honor, please.
Your Honor,
Based-
this is-
wait. I'm not
Before
done.
that, I would like to object to your manifestation. Your Honor, there's no objection. Why is the
Your Honor,
prosecutor allowed to manifest during my cross-examination?
Counsel correspondent, kindly wait for the presiding officer to recognize you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is the desire of the counsel for the prosecutors to
I
make
would like to put into record the simple fact, Your Honor, please, that basis has not yet been laid as to the presentation of these documents. He presented an articles of partnership and screenshots of websites without saying who took these screenshots or who, from where did the defense get the articles of partnership. That is only by way of manifestation. No need for the court to rule on that, Your Honor, please.
Noted. Earlier ruling of the presiding officer stands. Counsel may proceed.
Your Honor, may I respond?
No need, counsel. It was not an objection. Please proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I also state the manifestation, Your Honor? Your Honor, the basis of the defense was laid.
For the record, the chair will allow it just this
Thank you.
once, please.
The basis of the defense was laid when we asked him whether he testified that he got his training as an expert witness from MaxScore Ventures. That's basis,
Counsel,
Your Honor.
please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you take a look at this? Under the words "our products," the products seen there are office supplies and equipment, ICT equipment, software and hardware, investigative equipment, hardware and software, emergency response software, and CCTVs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Calilo, are you a lawyer?
No, sir.
Yesterday, you testified that you signed the affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I request a copy from the prosecution? I think it is Exhibit P-4-3 in series.
P-4-3
series.
Your Honor, please, manifestation. The witness, number one, mentioned the affidavit of investigation, but that the witness did not identify the document. So for the record, Your Honor, please, that document is not yet presented in courts as a documentary evidence, Your Honor, please. So highly improper for the defense to elicit that document through this witness, precisely because this witness did not yet identify the affidavit of investigation, Your Honor, please.
Which exhibit is this? I believe he did, counsel, but which exhibit is this?
Exhibit P-4-3 to Exhibit P-4-3BB, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please, if I may, it was not yet identified, but it's pre-marked, Your Honor, please, to be presented by our next witness, Attorney Jeremy Lotok. So highly improper, in as much as we want to accommodate the defense.
So who is the signatory in that document? Is it
Your Honor, Mr. Kalilong is a signatory to that document.
is one of the signatories?
Yes.
Is one of the signatories. But the counsel for prosecutor is correct. This document has not yet been identified by any of the witness for the counsel for the prosecutors.
Yes.
You will get your chance, counsel for the respondent, when Attorney Lotok testifies later, which I believe this is the only exhibit that he will be testifying to.
All right, Your Honor.
Kindly proceed, counsel.
You mentioned a affidavit of investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this affidavit of investigation, you sent a copy to the House of Representatives Committee on Justice.
Yes, sir.
You identified it during the House Committee hearings on April 29, 2025.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you now an affidavit of investigation. This is marked as Exhibit D-4-46 and series, Your Honor.
D-4-46 and series. Is there a counterpart marking from the counsel for prosecutors?
Yes, Your Honor. This is P-1, P-4-3 to P-4-3BB.
Thank you. For the record.
This annex of this affidavit of investigation has appendages, correct? Annexes.
Yes, sir.
And it forms a whole, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, do you confirm that you signed this?
I'm one of the signatories, sir.
Do you want me to have my identifying signature? Okay. Your Honor, do you have here, sir? Kaso lang, sir, yung sinumpit mo po, I withdraw, Your Honor. Apart from this affidavit of investigation, dated February 10, are you aware if there is another affidavit of investigation executed by the NBI represented by the Cybercrime Division in relation to this case?
This is the only one that is submitted, sir.
No, executed.
Your Honor,
my question is
the defense
executed.
cannot argue with the witness, Your Honor, please.
The witness would know how to respond, counsel. If he is not responsive to your question, do not argue with the witness.
Yes, Your
Kindly
Honor.
rephrase.
Apart from this affidavit of investigation, are you aware if there is any other affidavit of investigation signed by the NBI represented by the cybercrime?
Okay, at that juncture, I have to object. Vague, Your Honor, affidavit of investigation signed by
Related
the
to this
NBI.
case, Your
There could be thousands of
Related to this
documents.
case.
If the witness knows, witness may answer. Is there any other affidavit of investigation executed by the NBI cybercrime in relation to this case, witness?
As far as I remember, sir, this is the final affidavit of investigation, sir.
Final affidavit. Are you sure, Agent? Let me remind you that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
I have with me a certification, a DOJ certification, executed by J.V. Lawrence B. Bandung, Senior Assistant State Prosecutor J.V. Bandung. For the record, Your Honor, this is Exhibit D-4-29 for the defense. Do you see this, sir?
Yes, sir.
This certification dated February 5, 2025, states, and I quote, the complaint referral does not contain all the necessary evidence to prove the essential elements of the crime. Therefore, it is recommended that the same be first referred for case buildup. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Now below that, in the second page, below that, under the word notes, number 1, therefore, states, and I quote, that there is no... May I have this flashed on the screen, please? For the ease of the court. So the Honorable Court can follow. Under notes again, sir. For the record, Your Honor, we are flashing the certification on the screen. Under notes, sir, number 1 therefore states, and I quote, there is no affidavit of the persons who recorded the video entitled VP November 23 Press Con at Batasan through open broadcast software OBS and in turn stored it in a digital video disc. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to page 2. On paragraph 7, it states, and I quote, one of the elements of the crime of grave threats is that the offender threatens another with infliction upon the latter's person, honor, or property, or upon that of the latter's family of any wrong amounting to any crime. In the instant complaint, only the NBI executed an affidavit and there was no participation on the part of the offended parties, as it appears. NBI is not the offended party for the crime of grave threats. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Above this, in paragraph 6, it states that, and I quote, only the minutes of the meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. And although the minutes were signed, there was no individual affidavit executed regarding the contents of said minutes. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 5, it states that, and I quote, the affidavit of one Patria Morales mentioned that she stored these footages in a USB and submitted it to the NBI. However, there was no USB attached to the complaint, only a DVD was attached. There was no detail regarding the contents of this DVD. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
On paragraph 4, it states, and I quote, Annex L did not indicate who made such TSN. There was also no affidavit of the person who made the TSN. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 3, it states that, and I quote, Annexes I and K, open parenthesis, DVDs with markings NBI-CNN-C-2412-43-6-2 and NBI-CCN-C-2412-436-2, close parenthesis, were not accompanied by an affidavit of the record and TSN, also affidavit of the one who will execute the TSN.
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 2, it states, and I quote, the press briefing conducted on October 18 was not recorded and or stored in the DVD, no video submitted, and there was no TSN of the said briefing and the necessary affidavit of the person taking the CSN. Now you are aware, sir, so now is your memory refresher? Did the DOJ send back the original affidavit of investigation to the NBI?
Yes, sir. As far as
Thank you. Now you are aware that on February 11, 2025, the NBI, through its then director, retired Judge Jaime B. Santiago, wrote to the Office of the Prosecutor General submitting a revised affidavit of investigation.
Yes, sir.
This is your affidavit of investigation dated February 10, right? February 10, 2025.
So, wait. So, objection, Your Honor. The defense said that this is your affidavit, dated February 10.
without showing any document to the
I'm asking,
witness.
sir,
How could the witness answer to a question that is not accompanied with a document? That should be the basis for the question and the
and
answer,
this
Your
is
Honors.
your affidavit. I will reform, Your Honor.
Kindly reform, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is your affidavit dated February 10, 2024, correct? Please check. Sorry, sir.
Your Honor, can I make a manifestation, Your Honor, please?
Your Honor, can we object again to this manifestation?
I will not even object. I'm being generous. Your Honor,
Counsel, let's wait for the witness to review it. It's a voluminous document. The signature is on the last page. You can make the corresponding objection to the style, manner, or cross-examination of the counsel for responding at the proper time.
Signature na. Ano na tayo? Ayan po. Is this the amended affidavit of investigation?
This is a photocopy of the
Yes, sir.
affidavit, sir.
This is the amended one.
Yes, sir. The photocopy, sir.
Thank you.
With the permission of counsel, Mr. Calilong, what was the date of the first affidavit you submitted that was returned by the DOJ to the NBI?
As far as I remember, January 30, and was when the certification was issued, we complied with the requirements and submitted it on February 10. That's
Have
why
you
there's a revision.
identified that affidavit of investigation dated January 30 in yesterday's proceedings? No. Yes or no?
Sir?
Have you identified the January 30?
The one that I identified, Your Honor, is the authentication, Your Honor.
Not the affidavit of investigation. So you have not done so?
Yes, sir.
This one, you have not done so too?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, counsel, you may proceed.
I'm showing you now a letter dated January 30 from the former NBI Director Jaime Santiago.
Now, I have to object, Your Honor, please. You know, the defense has been confronting this witness with documents, even without marking and identifying the source of these documents.
Your
It's
Honor,
like plucking out of thin air a document, presenting them the document to the witness, and withdrawing the document.
Your Honor, that's up
without
to the...
even introducing this piece of evidence, this piece of exhibits into evidence. So my question is, through the presiding officer, is the defense not entering these documents into evidence, Your Honor, please?
They can do so at the proper time, counsel, but insofar as the witness is concerned, I think the basis was laid when he said that he executed only one affidavit of investigation in connection with this case. Now it seems that there are two affidavits.
I would like to make
both of which have not yet been presented. One will be presented, I think, by Attorney Lotok.
Your Honor, for
the first
record-
one, we're not aware of it. Is that correct, counsel, for the respondent?
Your Honor, he just identified a copy of the affidavit of investigation.
Dated January 30?
April 10.
2025.
February 10.
Sorry, Your Honor. February 10.
February 10, Your Honor, please.
What about the first affidavit? The witness said he had the first affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor. Not yet.
Not yet.
Yes.
You only cited a January 30 letter of
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
former NBI
I cited, Your Honor, a
Director.
certification by the DOJ returning an affidavit.
And that is now the problem, Your Honor. In fact, even I am confused because the documents are not introduced into evidence by the defense.
Counsel, please proceed and kindly help the court to be clarified regarding this matter.
You mentioned that you were aware that the then director, retired Judge B. Santiago, wrote to the office of the Prosecutor General submitting affidavit of investigation on February 11, 2025. I'm showing you now that letter dated February 11, 2025. For the record, this is Exhibit D-4-43 for the defense.
For the defense, you mean pre-marked, I suppose. Because when you say marked as evidence for the defense, it's not yet. Your turn has, you have yet to present your exhibit, so it should be pre-marked, Your Honor, please.
No, it's pre-marked, and I believe both the defense and the respondent and the prosecution also have common pieces of evidence which should decided during pre-trial. This is not one of them, which you decided during pre-trial to be marked
It's
separately.
not one of those few common pieces of evidence.
Yes, there are a few.
Sir?
Please proceed, counsel, for the respondent. Witness the answer.
There is a signature above the name Judge Jaime B. Santiago. Whose signature is that?
Your Honor, now I would like to object to the relevance. A letter is being, the witness is being confronted with a letter coming from the former NBI Director, Judge Jaime B. Santiago, and this witness is now being asked to identify whose signature is that. That's obvious.
I'll allow it conditionally if you can show the relevance insofar as your ability to test the credibility and the accuracy of the witness is concerned. In the meantime, I'll allow it. Kindly show the connection, counsel.
Thank you. Sir, whose signature is this?
As far as I remember, signature of Director Santiago, sir.
Thank you. On the last line of the letter, on the fourth page, sir, please take a look. Last line. It says, and I quote, "To support our recommendations attached herein is the revised affidavit of investigation, including its attachments." Did you see that, Agent?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you confirm that the former NBI Director, Jaime Santiago, wrote to the Prosecutor General, Richard Anthony D. Fadulyon, a letter dated January 30, 2025. This is one of the documents that you submitted to the Committee on Justice, correct? Okay, I will show you now. May I have this flashed on the screen? Do you recall this document?
Yes, sir.
Yes. January 30, 2025 is a date earlier than February 10, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Counsel for
answered,
the
Your Honor.
prosecutor.
Your Honor, the witness being asked which
Your Honor, asked and
came
answered.
first. I mean, relevance, Your Honor. Relevance.
Counsel, if the witness knows and the counsel for respondent will be given the latitude to test the credibility, accuracy, and completeness of the testimony of the witness. But we note your continuing objection because you already sound frustrated, counsel, in regard to this line of questioning by the
I'm very
counsel for the
patient, Your Honor,
respondent.
please. I'm very patient.
The counsel for respondent may proceed. Witness may answer.
He already answered, Your Honor. Thank you. You earlier confirmed that there was actually a certification dated February 5, 2025. You
Objection, misleading. I don't
have no
remember
question,
this
Your Honor.
witness.
Let
stating
the
that there
counsel
was-
finish with this question, counsel.
He even read it, Your Honor. You likewise confirmed that in that said certification, dated February 5, 2025, the earlier affidavit of investigation were subject to 7 recommendations. And you confirmed that you read that.
Objection. Misleading, Your Honor,
objection.
please. Now the counsel mentioned 7 grounds. 7 grounds, and I don't remember this witness uttering the term 7 grounds. What I do remember, Your Honor, please, is that this witness was confronted with a certification, a letter, whatever, but now the counsel is now asking this witness to confirm the contents of those certifications or letters. Misleading.
No,
That's not allowed during cross. The counsel is now assuming facts that have yet to be established. Can I repeat that? This witness was only confronted with certifications, letters, dated this, dated that. And now, the counsel now asking,
Your Honor, please, he's now testifying.
Wait, let me finish. Now he is asking this witness to confirm that in that letter there are 7 grounds, as if this witness uttered those words. The ground is misleading, definition. This counsel is assuming facts that have yet to be established through this witness, Your Honor, please.
Counsel, again, the witness is not a newbie. I think he can handle himself and would know how to answer if indeed he is familiar or not with what is being presented to him. And thus far, he has responded based on his knowledge of these documents. Chair will allow it. Witness may answer.
Sir?
Can you repeat the question, counsel?
You confirmed that there was a certification dated February 5, 2025. You likewise confirmed that in said certification...
Your Honor, compound question.
There's no question.
Wait.
Kindly wait for the presiding officer to recognize you before answering.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Much
Please,
obliged, Your Honor,
counsel
please.
for the prosecutors, please finish with your objection.
Thank you so much. Can I?
Yes,
Your
please
Honor,
proceed, counsel.
compound questions. The witness is now being confronted with 2 successive questions without allowing this witness to answer the first question. What makes a compound question?
No need to lecture, counsel. Counsel for respondent, please reform.
Your Honor, I had no question. I had no question yet.
Kindly proceed with your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. The earlier affidavit of investigation was subject to 7 recommendations from the DOJ
Vague, Your Honor,
for
please.
case build-up.
Objection, vague. The earlier investigation, which investigation is the counsel referring to? Objection, vague.
We already established, Your Honor, there was an earlier one.
Overruled again. The witness is competent enough to testify. Overruled. Witness, kindly proceed with your question, counsel.
Yes. In the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, that you identified, despite DOJ's recommendation number 6 that you earlier read.
Objection, Your Honor, objection.
Sir, Your Honor, I'm not yet
the
finished.
ground is
Can we
already-
wait for the counsel to finish with this question, counsel, please?
Okay, Your Honor.
Sir, there were still no affidavits of the journalists from the media outlets in your affidavit of investigation dated February 10.
Witness, not answer first. Objection, Your Honor, please. Misleading.
Why is it misleading, counsel?
The counsel said the earlier affidavit of
investigation. In fact, Your Honor, please, he referred to the February 10 investigation. That's not the earlier investigation. That is the final affidavit investigation submitted to the DOJ. Misleading, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
The presiding officer will ask the question. Mr. Witness, did you attach the affidavits of the two witnesses that viewed the video of the Vice President in the February 10 affidavit?
Yes, sir. Let me qualify my answer in number 6, sir.
You may do so.
In number 6, sir, the DOJ requested an affidavit to be executed regarding the contents of the minutes. I executed an affidavit attesting to those minutes, sir, which I'm part of the interview, sir.
But was it attached to the February 10 affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Counsel for the respondent, your witness.
thank you. Sir, but there are no affidavits of the journalists from the media outlets, correct? My question is not found there, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor, please.
My question is
Your
not
Honor,
found there.
okay, wait. The counsel is confronting the witness with a document, and he propounded questions, and then he asked another question, and he took the document away. What's
Your
the
Honor,
purpose of that? Objection, Your Honor, please.
My question is plain, Your Honor.
Let the witness peruse the document you presented him with. Let him answer that through a document.
My question is plain, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a witness should be allowed to peruse the document that he was confronted with.
Counsels, please. Witness, I think the witness understood the question. Mr. Calilong, you may answer if you understand the question.
I will repeat the question, Your Honor.
Kindly repeat, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is still no affidavits of the journalists from media outlets appended on your revised affidavit of investigation, sir.
May I qualify my answer, sir?
No, sir. Just answer yes or no.
Kindly look at the document presented to you. On redirect, counsel can make you explain the disparity, if any. The question is simple. Are the affidavits attached to the affidavit of investigation?
May I see the question number 6?
Your Honor, my question does not relate to question number 6.
Kindly show the witness, counsel.
I will.
It will enable him to give an intelligent answer.
Can we
to your
please
question.
slash certification and put it to paragraph number 6?
The paragraph number 6 states that only the minutes of meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. Although the minutes were signed, there were no individual affidavit executed regarding to the content of the minutes. On this,
Okay, sir. I have no
So the
question.
answer is the affidavits are not attached.
I have executed an affidavit, sir.
No, the
Sir,
affidavits of the two journalists are not attached. I think that's the only question of
Yes, sir.
counsel for the respondent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Instead, sir, as you confirmed, what you appended to the affidavit of investigation are affidavits of NBI agents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not the journalists who were present
The one who
during
interviewed.
the November 23, 2024 press conference.
The one who interviewed, sir.
Yeah, the one in the interview. Not the journalists.
Yes, sir.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Move forward.
Sir, in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025 that you identified, despite DOJ's recommendation number 7, can we show again DOJ recommendation number 7? In the certification dated February 5, 2025, it is still the NBI Cybercrime Division that is the complainant.
I believe this is answered on the letter of the director, sir.
Sir, my answer is answerable by yes and no. The complainant is still the NBI Cybercrime Division.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The supposed offended parties in this case would be President Bongbong Marcos,
Yes, sir.
the First Lady Lisa Marcos,
Yes, sir.
the former Speaker of the House Martin Romualdez.
Yes, sir.
Did President Marcos appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Did the First Lady Lisa Marcos appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Did the former Speaker Martin Romualdez appear before the NBI during its investigation?
No, sir.
Sir, I'm showing you again for the record the affidavit investigation. Sir, did you attach to that affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, an affidavit of the President Marcos?
Only the responses, sir.
Sir, listen to my question.
That's
Did
the
you-
answer.
Your Honor, he did not answer, so I am entitled to
That's
ask.
his answer.
Not responsive. The question was, Mr. Witness, did you attach the affidavit of President Marcos to the February 10 affidavit?
No, sir.
Did you attach an affidavit of the First Lady Lisa Marcos on your affidavit?
No, sir.
Did you attach an affidavit of former Speaker Martin Romualdez on your affidavit of investigation?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, if you know, sir, did President Marcos file any criminal complaint against Vice President Sara Duterte as a result of the November 23, 2024 online press conference?
He made a statement.
No, sir. My question is, if you know, did the President file any criminal complaint against the Vice President?
I have no personal knowledge, sir.
Did the First Lady Lisa Araneta Marcos file any criminal complaint against VP Sara?
I have no personal knowledge.
How about the Speaker Martin Romualdez? Did he file any criminal complaint against VP Sara as a result of the November 23, 2024 online press conference?
I have no personal knowledge.
Did you really investigate this case?
Oh, you're
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
argumentative,
Withdrawn.
Your Honor, please. Did
Withdrawn.
you really investigate this?
How about
Question
the
has been
Speaker
withdrawn.
Martin Romualdez? In other words, sir, the alleged offended parties were not included as complainants in the case you filed with the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And despite the fact that the NBI Cybercrime Division did not comply with recommendations number 6 and number 7 in the certification date February 5, 2026, it nevertheless filed the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025 that you identified today.
Can I qualify my answer, sir?
No, sir. Just answer with a yes or no.
Witness may be allowed to answer according to how he wishes to explain. You may proceed, Mr. Witness, to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. For this case po, we complied with the requirements of the DOJ. That's why we secured a second certification wherein our documents is enough for preliminary investigation, sir.
Okay, thank you. And this certification is a certification dated February 5, 2025, correct?
Kindly show the witness.
This is not the new certification, sir.
Oh, sorry, sir. So, apologies, Your Honor. February 11.
Yes, sir.
This was also executed by Senior Assistant State Prosecutor J.V. Lawrence B. Bandong, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's discuss the nature of the investigation you conducted. You claimed in your affidavit, sir, that affidavit of investigation, that the NBI began its investigation into the VP's remarks because it was directed by the DOJ to do so.
Motu proprio and directed, sir.
There, okay. Do you understand what you just said, sir?
Oh,
yes, sir.
Oh, can I object to that, Your Honor, please?
I'm asking, sir. It makes sense, Your Honor.
Argumentative counsel. Move on.
Motu proprio, sir, means
Oh, no, objection. You cannot lecture counsel. This is
Sir, what does
cross-examination.
you mentioned mutuo proprio. What does it mean?
Even without a complainant, we started the investigation, sir.
Are you sure, sir?
Oh, argumentative. Are you sure, sir?
Move on,
Are
counsel.
you sure,
move on.
sir?
How?
Hold your horses.
How about direct investigation? What does that mean?
Your Honor. Okay, never mind.
Directed investigation. What does that mean?
There is instruction from above, sir.
From?
Above. From upper.
What does above mean?
It may be the DOJ or the higher.
Higher. What's higher than the DOJ?
Based on that, it's only the DOJ, sir.
Based on you said above the DOJ, sir.
No, sir. Above the NBI, sir.
You said above. May I ask for a reading?
Your Honor,
Counsel,
argumentative.
counsel, again, I would have to sustain the objection. It is argumentative. I heard
All
the
right,
answer, and he meant as a general term above, but referring apparently to only the DOJ in this particular instance.
We submit, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
You confirmed that the NBI Cybercrime Division is the complainant in the case against the Vice President, and that the DOJ filed this with the NBI filed this with the DOJ.
Objection. Compound, Your Honor. That's a
No
compound
question, Your Honor. That was just a statement.
Counsel,
Oh, exactly. Your Honor, a
It's laying
statement.
the basis for a question. Go to your question, counsel.
Sir, the NBI, of course, you're from the NBI, is under the Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we can take judicial notice of that.
Your Honor. If I'm on cross, Your Honor.
I know, but there are things that
no.
will not be discussed.
Your Honor, please.
Counsel-
Can I, Your Honor?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel, let's give him some latitude. Although we
Much obliged, Your Honor, much
although we
obliged.
can't take judicial notice of that, it's part of his cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The Secretary of Justice is meanwhile the head of the DOJ, correct?
Yes, sir.
The Secretary of Justice exercises control and supervision over the NBI.
Yes, but even
No,
without,
no more questions.
The witness
Yes
is
or no,
answering.
Mr. Witness? If you know.
can you repeat, sir?
Mr. Witness?
The Secretary of Justice exercises control and supervision over the NBI. Yes or no?
We are under, sir. But we're independent.
So you do not know.
Oh, Your Honor, that's argumentative. So
Sir,
you
are
do
you-
not know?
All right, Your Honor. Are you aware of Book 4, Chapter 8, Supervision and Control of the Admin Code?
Your
Section
Honor.
39. Your Honor, I have
Your
no
Honor.
question yet.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Section
Counsel for
39.
the prosecutor, let the counsel for respondent finish his question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Section 39 thereof, Secretary's authority. The Secretary shall have the supervision and control over the bureaus, offices, and agencies under him. Supervision and control. Sir, my question is this. Is the NBI, the National Bureau of Investigation, under a bureau under the Department of Justice?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And, sir, the President has control over all executive departments, correct?
I believe so, sir.
The DOJ is one of those executive departments, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the current President is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., correct?
We agree to that. That's judicial notice.
Your Honor, please. Yes
There's
or
no
no?
other
Yes, sir.
president. We
Oh,
only
he
have one
answered already, Your Honor.
president.
Already asked and answered.
The head of the executive branch is President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., correct?
Yes, sir.
The very same Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who you said was an offended party in the case against Vice President Duterte.
Yes, sir.
So, in other words, the NBI investigated and filed the complaint. The DOJ directed the investigation and will determine whether the case should proceed to court. And the alleged offended party, President Marcos, is the constitutional head of the executive branch,
Objection.
exercising control over both the DOJ and the NBI. I
Your Honor,
withdraw, Your
objection
Honor. I
to that.
withdraw. I withdraw, Your Honor.
The ground is,
I withdraw.
It's, oh, Your Honor. It's even more compound question,
Nothing to
asking
object to.
several
Withdraw,
subject
Your Honor.
matters.
Withdraw.
Counsel, move on.
Withdrawn.
Sir, you testified earlier that you investigated the Vice President in relation to the press briefing that she conducted on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
This investigation by the NBI Cybercrime Division was started after the conduct of the November 23, 2024 press briefing of the Vice President, correct?
Yes, sir.
So basically, to put it simply, the investigation was done after the supposed incident on November 23, 2024.
The same day, sir.
The same day, but after.
Oh, Your Honor, the same day then after.
Same,
How
not
could it be the
responsive,
same
Your
day
Honor.
after?
Clarify your question.
Same day,
The
same day.
investigation was done after, later than, the supposed incident on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You mean to say later that day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because how can you investigate something that hasn't happened yet?
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Sir, you're not one of the participants of the press conference on November 23, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you do not have personal knowledge about what transpired during that press briefing, correct?
It was live streamed, sir.
You did not watch that live stream, correct? In
It
real
was-
time.
Yes, sir.
You only acquired knowledge about it when you started investigating later that day.
Yes, sir.
You also do not have personal knowledge of the alleged threats made by the Vice President during that press conference. Press briefing, sorry.
After the press briefing, sir.
You only acquired knowledge about it when you started investigating.
Yes, sir.
You also do not have personal knowledge of the alleged assassin that was allegedly hired by the Vice President.
It came to my knowledge upon...
Personal knowledge, sir.
No, sir.
Now, during your testimony yesterday, you mentioned that during your investigation on the November 23, 2024 press briefing conducted by the Vice President, you preserved a copy of said press briefing through open source investigation, correct?
Preserve a copy through Open Broadcast Software Studio.
Okay, thank you for that correction. One of the videos that you were able to preserve in relation to your investigation is the screen recording of the November 23, 2024 press briefing conducted by the Vice President, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I move that the very same USB be unsealed and shown by the prosecutor's Exhibit P-4-10 be unsealed and shown the witness.
Counsel for the prosecutor so instructed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay ka na po.
Wait lang.
November 20.
This is Exhibit P-4-10, I believe. Your Honor, may I request that he unseal the USB and that it be allowed to be played?
Which part, counsel?
Your Honor, we will play various parts of not the whole,
That's what I was worried about.
Yes, Your Honor. We understood by the faces of the honorable members of the court.
So you will
we will just
play parts.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of it. And you identified, I presume, the time stamp.
Yes, we have, Your Honor. I will get to that.
Witness may open the seal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And counsel for the prosecutors is instructed to accompany one of the counsels for the respondent in the tech booth to make sure that it's the same USB being presented.
For the record, Your Honor, the witness is opening the prosecution's Exhibit P-4-10, Your Honor. This is the video dated November 23, 2024.
I have unsealed the flash drive, sir.
Counsel this with understanding, okay, very much like yesterday, that this USB will again be sealed and signed by both parties.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may request that this be played. Here, brother. Sorry.
Counsel for the prosecutors, kindly accompany a representative from the counsel of the respondent to the tech booth to make sure the same USB to be played. Kindly just guide us through, Counsel Attorney Narvas, as regards to timestamps.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will.
Please don't forget your promise that it's not going to be the whole 2 hours.
Yes, Your Honor.
Waiting.
Senator Judge Pia Cayetano, what is your pleasure, ma'am?
Yes. If it's possible, Mr. President, if our secretariat can install a monitor here, because magkaka-stiff neck na po ako watching this. And it really doesn't look nice that I'm slouched there looking this way. So, and then this one here is a little bit, not for videos, but for the copies of affidavit, it's quite difficult. So if they can put one here, the others want another, but I can speak for those in the front row. We would like to request. Thank you.
The clerk of court, rather, is instructed to kindly install a TV monitor in front of the tables of the counsel for the parties instead of at the witness stand. Both sides. Underneath the table of the counsel for the parties, Senator Judge Pia. Counsel, for the record and for reference, kindly identify the timestamp that you will be playing. I presume in chronological order.
Your Honor, for the record, we are showing the witness a part of the video marked as the prosecution's Exhibit P-4-10. First video, the timestamp around 0001:27 to 0002:20 of the November 23, 2023 press briefing as contained in the video that you identified yesterday, sir. Your Honor, may we ask that the video be played at those specific timestamps?
I did an apology. And then, ang sabi po nila, I just have to do an MR. And I did an MR, but they did not rule on it. And then suddenly they have an order transferring me. When ang nauna naman na order ng final ng lawyers namin was an MR to lift that order of contempt. Because they said that was the procedure. If they were not able to rule on that, how were they able to come up with an order, to transfer me to the women's correctional in the dead of the night? I mean, bakit ganun? Wala na bang rights yung mga tao? They just go to your room and then just get... Okay, come on. Wala, bakit? I don't understand.
Your Honor, may I ask that the video be stopped? Sir, do you know who that is in the video that you identified?
Attorney Zulaika, as far as I remember, sir.
And Attorney Zulaika, as far as you remember, Attorney Zulaika is who in relation to the Vice President? You may answer not a yes or no question.
As far as I remember, she is the COS.
COS meaning Chief of Staff,
Chief
right?
of Staff.
And she is there in that video because she was cited in contempt by the House of Representatives, correct? If you are aware, you're the investigator.
Prior to the...
Sir, my question again.
The witness
Let
is
the
about to
witness
answer.
Witness is in the process of answering.
Prior to the scene, I have no personal knowledge, but based on her statement during the video, I think it was mentioned.
So you didn't investigate the things that happened prior to the scene, correct? Sir, yes or no?
We have investigated, sir.
You didn't investigate.
Oh,
I did, sir. That's why there's an October 18, sir.
So what happened before that? If you investigated,
I
what
only
happened?
say I don't have personal knowledge, sir, because I'm not present during that time, sir.
Witness is not responsive. The question was, What happened prior to this video, this particular clip of the video, if you know, given that you investigated the incident, as you said?
As far as I remember, there is a hearing in the House of Representatives.
What committee, sir?
I can't remember the committee, sir.
What happened, sir?
COS was cited in contempt, sir.
By who, sir?
I can't remember the exact, sir.
But you investigated. I withdraw, Your Honor. Can we play, let me show you timestamps around 002832 to 002933. This is the same prosecution's exhibit P-4-10. That is the video you identified yesterday. Your Honor, may we request that that video be played?
Pero hindi ako lalabas. Hindi ako lalabas.
Pwede magtanong. Sorry, just Jason, if I may. Sorry. Go ahead. So after you pushed back attorney, they left the room, no? Tama ba? Did they appreciate that, that detail accurately?
Oh, because I think alam din naman nila na mali yung ginagawa nila. You don't kill people in the dead of the night. What is that? It's sort of, di ba, official business hour. Kasi hindi naman po ako criminal eh. I am not a criminal. I am already here in their facility. I have assured them already that I will attend their hearing on Monday. So why will they treat me like that? So that's why I said I want my lawyer. I want my lawyer.
Stop, please. Sir, did you consider this in making your evaluation in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now let me show you timestamps around 003305 to 003432 of the November 23, 2023 press briefing as contained in the video that you identified yesterday, the prosecution's exhibit P-4-10. Your Honor, may we request that the video be played?
No. Yung online, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Sorry. I would not have pushed that bed by myself if I did not feel that I was being threatened. My life is being threatened. Alam niyo, I'm sure you saw in the hearing that my back hurts. I cannot parang lift everything. I cannot. But dahil natakot ako, I feared for my life. I really pushed that by myself. Because hindi lang to harassment. This is really a threat to my life. They gang up on you in the middle of the night? Huh? How is that done? Isn't that a threat to my life? Alam nila that I'm sick. I have said that repeatedly when the doctor came here.
Stop. Thank you. Sir, did you investigate the threats to Attorney Zulaika's life?
We need a complaint for this one. That's why.
Yes or no, sir? Did you investigate?
We did not, because there's no
You did
no
not.
complaint.
Okay, thank you.
The motto pro.
No question, sir.
If the witness may be allowed to answer, Your Honor?
I had no question.
Already answered.
Did you consider this part in making your evaluation in the revised affidavit?
Asked and answered. He said
This is
yes
a different
earlier.
part, Your Honor. This is a
This is a
different
different
part. Did you
Witness may
consider
answer.
this part in your evaluation in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so despite considering these parts of the aforesaid videos, the NBI still recommended the filing of complaints for grave threats and inciting to sedition only against the Vice President. Yes?
May I qualify my answer, sir?
No, sir. Yes or no?
There's a reason why I...
Sir, your counsel may ask you questions. This is my turn.
Proper
Sir?
subject matter for redirect.
So, despite
Counsel,
considering these parts of the videos shown to you, the NBI still recommended the filing of complaints for grave threats and inciting to sedition against only the Vice President.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, in page 15, paragraph 40 thereof, it is stated there, and I quote, "We unanimously believe that Vice President Duterte may be held liable for grave threats defined and penalized under Article 282 of the Revised Penal Code, and inciting to sedition defined and penalized under Article 142 of the Revised Penal Code in relation to RA 10175, or the Cyber Crime Prevention Act of 2012. You see that, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
This conclusion was reached by you together with other affiants of the revised affidavit of investigation dated February 10, 2025, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, you mentioned that you're not a lawyer, right?
Asked and answered.
Asked and answered.
To date,
Go on,
we are
counsel.
aware, are you aware if any court has convicted the Vice President for grave threats over what transpired on November 23, 2024?
As far as I know, not yet, sir.
Not yet.
As far as you know, Mr. Witness, as far as you know, no.
No, sir.
Proceed, counsel.
To date, thank you, Your Honor. To date, are you aware if any court has convicted the Vice President for inciting to sedition over what transpired on November 23, 2024?
No, on my personal knowledge, sir.
Thank you. But you're the complainant, right?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
I was just asking.
Sustained. Move
Asked
on.
and answered. Argumentative. Then you withdraw your question. Improper.
Attached to the revised affidavit of investigation, which you identified and submitted to the DOJ and the Committee on Justice, is your affidavit of transcription of the press conference on November 23, 2024. I am showing you this now. For the record, sir, Your Honor, I will show the... Can you check? Sir, please take a look. Can you please say it in for the record? This is your affidavit of transcription.
Yes, sir. This is a photocopy of my affidavit of transcription, sir.
This refers to the press conference on November 23, 2024.
Yes, sir.
You signed this on December 20, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please take a look at your paragraph 2. Let's read it together. In relation to the ongoing investigation, the undersigned was tasked to transcribe the screen-recorded video of the press conference of Vice President Sara Duterte on 23 November 2024, which was saved on a DVD. You read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 3 thereof, let's read it together. The undersigned transcribed the video mentioned above which resulted in a CCD transcript hereto attached.
Yes, sir.
You read that, sir? And 4, I hereby certify that the above-mentioned digital evidence has been faithfully transcribed and that has not been edited, altered, or changed in any way. Did you read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And I am, on number 5, paragraph 5, I am executing this affidavit to attest to the truth of the foregoing facts and circumstances and for whatever legal intent and purpose it may serve.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you read that, sir?
Yes, sir.
These statements of yours, this affidavit of yours, these were all done under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were offered as an expert in digital forensic examination with a whopping 2 weeks of training. Do you confirm that that transcription of the screen-recorded video of the press conference of VP Sara Duterte on the 23 November 2024 has been faithfully transcribed?
I don't remember that I was introduced as expert, but a competent witness. Sir.
Okay, sir, but my question is, the press conference of VP Sara Duterte, the transcription of the screen-recorded video of the press conference of VP Sara Duterte on 23 November 2024 was faithfully transcribed by you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, attached to this affidavit is the transcript, correct? Can you please take a look?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I ask again that the video, parts of the video be played of the press conference on November 23, 2024. Let's go through it together, sir. Where's the timestamps? First, let's go to around timestamp 00446. Your Honor, may I request that the video be played? Sir, please.
Steps after this order, are you going to file? Are you going to trigger the po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. Nobody has come in here and demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights. I am not of any crime. I am not leaving this room.
Stop.
Okay.
You heard that, sir? Do you want to repeat it?
I heard it, sir.
You heard it. Sir, in the first, you see also where that part is? Can you see it?
Start with the question with Red Mendoza, sir.
Okay, after the Zuleika Lopez. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, kindly speak to the mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
You heard, she said, I am not leaving this room. I am a detainee here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. That is the first sentence, sir. My question is this. Does your transcript have the words a detainee?
Can you repeat the video, sir?
Okay, let's do it. Please repeat. Please play for the video again.
Instructed to kindly play the video timestamp identified by counsel for respondent.
Are you going to trigger the po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days.
That part that the detainee is inaudible. The only I heard. That's
you heard the, correct?
Yes.
Are the words or the sounds the there?
Here.
Here.
Yes.
Here. Okay. Please play. How about the last part? The last part of the paragraph. She said, "I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room." Does your paragraph in your transcript have the word accused after not?
Can you play the video, sir?
Please play the video again.
Speak to the microphone.
Tech is instructed to play the video. Witness is instructed to speak to the mic.
Demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room.
More. Play, please.
Okay po, ma'am. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you po, ma'am.
Wait. Back.
Any other question?
0446.
I'm sorry, ma'am, kasi I understand, ma'am. Ma'am, this is my last question, and I'm very much sorry. I'm triggered na po ba, ma'am, the filing?
I am not leaving this room. I am here here in the House of Representatives detention facility for 5 days until the hearing on Monday. Nobody can just come in here and demand to transfer me in the middle of the night. I have my rights. I am not accused of any crime. I am not leaving this room.
Stop.
Okay po ba, ma'am?
Is the word accused in your transcript?
What I heard is root, sir,
The root.
of any crime.
The root of any crime.
Yes, sir.
Let's play 001238. Can you please go to 001238?
Procedural?
Sinabi nila sa iyo, diba? Sinabi nila sa iyo, isip namin yung contempt, i-excuse mo yung apat.
Sabi nila sa akin, if you notice, if you're reviewing the hearing, sinuspend po ng Chairman Chua yung...
Wait,
yung
stop, please.
Your Honor, please. Now, I'm now registering my objection as to the relevance, Your Honor, please. If I may explain, Your Honor, of this line of questioning, Your Honor, please, if I may.
Counsel may explain his objection.
Your Honor, please. This witness already identified the video containing the contents of that press conference on November 23, 2024. And the counsel is now confronting this witness whether there are minuscule portions of the 2-hour video, like detainee, accused, whether this appear in the transcription. Now the question, the basis for the objection is irrelevant. How can it be relevant? How can it be relevant, assuming but not conceding that these two minuscule words, detainee and accused, are not reflected in the transcript, when in fact this witness said he investigated not only on the basis of the transcript, but on the basis of the video that he himself viewed? What's the relevance?
Overruled, part of cross to test the accuracy and the truthfulness of the witness insofar as his transcription of the video is concerned.
Thank you.
Counsel may proceed.
Thank you. Please play again 001238.
Sinabi nila sa iyo, i-excuse yung contempt. Diba? Sinabi nila sa iyo, isip namin yung contempt, i-excuse mo yung apat.
Sabi nila sa akin, if you notice, if you're reviewing the hearing, di ba? Sinuspend po ng Chairman Chua yung session. Tapos, nung sinight po ako ni Congressman Castro in contempt, then after that, nag-rule sila. Tapos, then sinuspend niya. Tapos, lumapit po sila. Nag-hadap sila. And then, they called my lawyer. And then, tuloy na kausapin ko. So, lumapit ako. And I really apologize. I said, you know, that letter to the Commission on Audit was really a position of the agency. It is our stand. Like all, di ba? Like, meron kang points na gusto mo i-raise. We respectfully raised our points to the Commission on Audit. Alam ko, hindi naman po yung mali kasi that was our right as an agency. Because there was an ongoing audit investigation. Pero hindi naman namin kinukuha.
Narinig mo ba? Narinig mo? Did you hear the Vice President speaking?
I don't hear.
Can you please play again?
Mr. Kalilong, you're reminded, please answer
I don't hear,
through
sir.
the microphone.
Can you please play it again?
MR ka, we let you go. So we filed our MR, they did not rule on it, but suddenly they were able to come out with an order ruling to transfer me to the Women's Correctional.
Sinabi nila sa iyo, i-excuse yung contempt. Diba? Sinabi nila.
There. Did you hear that?
There are sounds, but I can't distinguish the words.
Can you play it again?
Your Honor, asked and answered. What's the point?
Okay, withdrawn, Your Honor. No further questions.
No further question
are
for
we
this
done?
witness. On cross, counsel, do you have redirect?
Of course, Your Honor, please, for the utter failure
I
of
was,
the...
I was hoping you won't, but yes.
For the
please
utter
continue.
failure of the respondent to
Counsel,
debate.
before I recognize counsel for the prosecutor,
Your Honor,
Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi is recognized.
Your Honor, sorry, may I move to strike that statement of the prosecutor?
How can it be, Your Honor? That's my manifestation. I'm about to answer the question of the presiding officer.
We will review the journal tomorrow. I did not even hear anything.
Yes.
It's strikeable, counsel, but we will review the journal tomorrow.
Your Honor, he said for the utter failure of the respondent.
Yes, Your Honor, I said for the utter failure of the respondent to debunk the material points testified to by the witness yesterday.
Your Honor,
I'm
he
not
is
yet done.
testifying. I am
yet
not done either. He is
I'm about to
still
answer the
testifying.
question. I'm not yet done with the answer.
Counsels, please. The presiding officer has not recognized either of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kindly settle down. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding
Sir, you may
Officer.
proceed.
Clarification naman po ito, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, what is your experience with regards to social media analytics?
I have training, sir.
What kind of training?
I have cybercrime investigation training, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with Facebook, or do you have SOCMED accounts that would make you a little bit knowledgeable when it comes to SOCMED?
Yes, sir.
What is your account? What is your social media account? If
I have
any?
an account in Facebook, in Instagram,
Okay.
in X.
X. So that means pretty much you're a little bit familiar with Facebook, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. There were concerns, Mr. Witness, whether the videos presented yesterday are AI generated or authentic. So are you experienced enough analyzing whether a video is AI generated or authentic?
Yes, Your Honor.
What makes you say that?
Based on my experience, Your Honor, and the video itself, it's a 2 hours long. Normally, an AI-generated video will only last a short second, sir.
So the video that was presented yesterday, where we saw the VP was saying something or talking to that effect, did you do something, or what kind of system did you observe or follow to ensure whether that video was AI generated or authentic?
Based on personal observation, sir.
Personal observation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, a few more questions. Therefore, will you be able to say that the video presented yesterday were AI generated or authentic?
The video presented today is what it is being seen on the Facebook, sir.
Okay. So based on your affidavit, you mentioned that the NBI subpoenaed some members of the media who are participants of the online press con on November 23, 2024, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And subsequently, you said that you questioned and investigated these persons regarding the conduct of that press con. So based on what you gathered from your investigation, so I have a few questions, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who set up the press conference?
Based on our interview, sir, it is the Office of the Vice President, sir.
So it wasn't spur of the moment? Press con?
I can't confirm, sir, but it's the response of the media personnel that we interviewed.
Okay, who invited the participants?
If my memory serves me right, it's JC Kahinhinan, sir.
Okay. Who is JC?
Staff of the Office of the Vice President, sir.
Okay. Who are the participants? And how many participants were there, if you can remember?
As far as I remember, it's at least 40.
40. Okay. Were there mainstream media or anybody from the broadsheets at that time?
There are, sir.
There were?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many? Approximately, give or take?
We have the one that we have issued subpoena, sir. At least 6, sir.
6. Okay. What was the reach of the video on that very day? Like how many views on that very day, and then a few days later? Were you able to observe that?
I can't remember, sir.
You can't remember. Okay, how did it spread? O paano kumalat sa SOCMED yung videos that was presented yesterday, as far as you know, when you did an investigation?
It became trending, sir.
It became trending. And my last question is, kasi in-establish dito is inciting to sedition on top of yung sa sinasabing grave threat. Ano yung mga comments na napansin mo doon sa video? Can you give us an example?
One of the comments, because on the video November 23, there were mentioned about people power when asked a question by Princess Maui. And the Vice President agreed, and ang laban ay wala sa EDSA, nasa Malacanang, and there are responses from the comments, but it's not documented. That is agreeing, sir.
No further question, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Tulfo. Senator Judge Aquino, thereafter Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Aquino has 2 minutes. You may proceed, sir.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Kalilong, kanina may nabanggit na 2 affidavit, isang January at isang February. Yung January ay binalik sa inyo, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there were 7 grounds why it was returned to you, is that correct?
7 points.
Can you narrate what are these 7 points that you addressed? Is that the correct term, that you addressed in the second affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you name them, please?
May I have the certificate, sir?
Who has a copy of the certification? Was it counsel for the respondent?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may approach and show him the document being alluded to by Senator Judge Aquino.
Note 1. There is no affidavit of the person who recorded the video entitled BP November 23 Presscon at Batasan through Open Broadcast Super Studio and in turn stored in the DVD. Number 2. The press briefing conducted on October 18, 2024 was not recorded and or stored in DVD, and there was no TSN of the said briefing and the necessary affidavit of the person taking the TSN. Number 3, Annex I and K DVD with markings NBI-CCN-C-24-12436-2 and NBI-CCN-C-24-12436-2 were not accompanied by an affidavit of the recorder and the TSN. Number 4, Annex L did not indicate who made the TSN. There was also no affidavit of the person who made the TSN. Number 5, the affidavit of what Patricia Morales mentioned that she stored the footage in a USB and submitted to the NBI. However, there was no USB attached to the complaint. Only DVD was attached. There was no detail regarding the content of this DVD. Number 6, only the minutes of meeting with several personalities and representatives from various media outfits were submitted. Although the minutes were signed, there was no individual affidavit executed regarding to the contents of the said minutes. Number 7, one of the elements of crime of grave threat is that the offender threatens another with the infliction upon the latter's person, honor, and property, or upon that of the latter's family, or if the wrong amounting into a crime. In the instant complaint, only the NBI executed an affidavit and there was no participation on the part of the offended party, as it appears in the NBI is not the offended party of the crime of grave threat.
Okay, so nakuha mo yung nag-submit kayo, yan yung binalik sa inyo, and then you did your best to correct all those items, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the first 6 are technical, no?
Yes, Your
Yung
Honor.
panghuli is a matter of who is the offended party.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo na-correct yan? Or nung binalik ninyo, it was accepted already by the DOJ? Is that correct?
There is an explanation, Your Honor, that was included in the letter of the former director, Judge Jaime Santiago, sir.
Okay.
Wherein,
Yeah, go ahead.
in the filing for preliminary investigation, it is not required for the victim to execute an affidavit, complaint affidavit.
Yan yung
sir.
sagot ng NBI.
Yes, Your Honor.
And once you submitted, it was accepted by the DOJ.
Yes, Your Honor, and we received a certification, Your Honor, that our evidence is enough for preliminary investigation, sir.
Okay, yun na yung second response to the second affidavit that you provided.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. May mga nabanggit dun sa mga statements tungkol sa hitman, no? Sa totoo lang, yung presensya ng hitman, mabigat yon, mabigat yon. So, let me ask, are you the one who investigated just the video, or did you also investigate the presence of the hitman that was being mentioned in the videos of the Vice President?
I was only tasked for the video, sir.
Okay, may I direct this to the prosecution? Will you be presenting other witnesses that will pertain to this alleged hitman?
As to the alleged hitman, Your Honor, please. Yes.
Yes. So kayo, Mr. Kalilong, hindi kayo nag-imbestiga niyan. Wala kayong alam tungkol dun sa presensya ng hitman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. President, I will refrain from my questions and wait for the witness pertaining to the hitman. Maraming salamat.
Noted and entered into records, Senator Judge Pangilinan, thereafter Senator Judge Ontiveros, and then Senator Judge Villanueva.
Thank you, thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The question is to the witness. Kanina tinanong sa iyo ng defense counsel or counsel for the respondents na kung ikaw ay abogado. Ang sagot mo hindi.
Yes, sir.
Ikaw ba degree holder?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano ang degree?
Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, Bachelor of Science in Accounting Technology, and I'm a certified public accountant, sir.
So you're a certified public accountant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kahapon, tinanong ko sa iyo yung training, no? Kasi nabanggit mo nagkaroon ka ng mga training. Ang nabanggit mo kahapon, 2 weeks ng training.
Yes,
Pero on what matter?
Only on photo and video authentication, sir.
Okay. Meron pa bang ibang training na ikaw ay you went through bilang expert or competent witness sa usapin ng digital technology, cybersecurity, online training? Meron ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong mga ito?
I mentioned that I have a training in Certified Computer Hacking Forensic Investigator. I have a training in Computer Forensic, Mobile Forensic, and Photo and Video Authentication training. I have also training in cybercrime investigation. We also undergone a 480 hours training on cybersecurity and a training before we start the bureau. We have undergone the NBI Academy, which teach us all the aspects in investigation, sir.
Okay, and siguro last question. Ang training na ito, puro local ba o meron ding training sa ibang bansa?
I have an international, sir, recently.
Ano yan?
It's a training in Strasbourg.
Okay.
The name of the training is...
Saang lugar na lang, Mr. Witness?
Strasbourg, Germany? France?
Strasbourg, France, sir.
Oh.
It's a 5 days training, sir.
And meron pang ibang international seminars na inattendan mo?
International, sir, but it is conducted locally, the Interpol, sir.
Interpol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator Judge
Salamat.
Molina. Senator Judge Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am, and you have 2 minutes.
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer. Para sa Counsel for the Defense, Mr. Presiding Officer, just for clarity, ano pong relevance nung video na ipinakita ni Attorney Zuleika Lopez? Sinasabi po ba ng depensa na yung mga alleged threats o alleged incitements ni VP Duterte ay prompted nung detention ni Attorney Lopez?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a systematic oppression made by the House of Representatives dating back from their even before their mini trial, Your Honor.
the committee headed by Representative Joel Chua began investigating the Vice President and her people, even when Attorney Zuleika Lopez was being interviewed by the House Committee of Quadcom Committee, Your Honor. Even if she was answering the questions faithfully and to the best of her ability, she was cited in contempt, detained. Her lawyer was not allowed. Her lawyer was not allowed to be with her when they were trying to detain her in the Women's Correctional Facility, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Presiding Officer, Counsel for the Defense, position po ba ng depensa na pwedeng palampasin ng alleged grave threats kung may masasabing lehitimong dahilan para magbanta?
Your Honor, that is not the point.
No. Mr. Presiding Officer, I am making a point through my question and I am asking the good counsel for the defense dahil sinabi nila there was a systematic oppression that yes, yan po ang nag-prompt nung alleged grave threats and alleged incitements ng Vice President na prompt po ng detention ni Attorney Lopez na kanyang inilarawan sa ipinakitang video kanina. Kaya itinatanong ko kung yan ba ang posisyon ng depensa na pwedeng okay lang or pwedeng tanggapin ang grave threats kung may masasabing lehitimong dahilan para magbanta.
Yes, Your Honor.
Before counsel
Yes, Mr. Presiding
responded answers, although he already answered in the affirmative,
Your Honor, I was just referring to before.
would like to remind the senator judges to be cautious in making counsels for either party make conclusions of law and fact. Instead of presenting evidence through a witness they will present or through direct, cross, redirect, or recross. Because if he answers Senator Judge Ontiveros, that would effectively place on record a conclusion of fact and law, not drawn from a witness, which they can very well do so during their closing remarks. And when I allow him to speak by way of repartee to the peroration yesterday and discussion yesterday by counsel for the prosecution. But other than that, as agreed with some of the senator judges, we would try to limit the answers of the counsels for the parties. With your indulgence, Senator Judge Ontiveros, please.
I submit, Mr. Presiding
Thank you,
Officer, may I just in closing make of record that I also appreciated and also submitted to the ruling of the presiding officer yesterday because I appreciated that it partook of the history of impeachment proceedings in this court. Pinag-aralan ko rin po ng maigi ang mga nakaraang mga impeachment trials at di hamak na pati noon naging liberal ang pagpapahintulot nila sa mga katanungan ng mga senator judges para lang mas maliwanagan ang iba't ibang punto. So I again thank the good presiding officer and again reiterate my submission to his ruling and thank the good counsel for the defense for his response.
We thank Senator Ontiveros for indulgence and understanding. Senator Villanueva. And thereafter, Senate President Gatchalian. You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. May I just point out something to the witness? Mr. President, Your Honors, the witness mentioned yesterday that reported statements of the Vice President were referred to the Presidential Security Command and evaluated in coordination with the National Security Council. Just to assist the court in evaluating the relevance and weight of the government security response in determining whether the respondent's conduct constitutes an impeachable offense. May we know from the witness could the witness explain yung threats po ba, how threats against the president are ordinarily assessed by the government. Kasi dito yung lumalabas yung pag-weigh natin whether or not meron bang bigat yung threat o ito'y ordinaryong threat na nangyayari sa pang-araw-araw nating buhay. Specifically, Mr. Witness, what factors are taken into account in evaluating a reported threat and in determining appropriate measures?
I can't answer on the part of the NSC or TNO because I'm not part of the institution.
In your in your capacity as an
In my
agent?
capacity,
Yes.
what of the consideration if it's a active threat, if it's the one giving the threat is capable of doing so?
Meaning,
if someone
high-ranking officials, and if you say an
hierarchy can
official,
have a capability or power over to implement those such threat, it is considered, sir.
example, a mayor, perhaps? Would you say a high-ranking official? A congressman? Or yung basihan po ng kanyang threat? Kunyari, ang threat ko, dadalhin kita doon sa buwan. Wala naman akong space shuttle. So, wala din pong bearing yon. Is that the correct assumption?
Not only, sir, but also how it was delivered, sir. Like what was mentioned in the that I mentioned previously, it was mentioned that no joke, no joke. It's a serious.
So that is the
one of the considerations,
that's the consideration. Thank you very much. And lastly, Mr. Witness, you made mention na submit mo sa DOJ nung January 30. Is it the same affidavit that you submitted to the HOR?
The one that submitted to the HOR is the affidavit dated February, sir.
So that's the latest.
Yes, sir. The one that complied with the requirements of the DOJ, sir.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Before I recognize Senate President Gatchalian and thereafter Senator Erwin Tulfo, may I remind Attorney Narvasa that your 5 minutes, you will be given your 5 minutes after the questions of the senator judges and before we recognize the counsel for the prosecutor for his redirect. Senate President Gatchalian is recognized.
Your
You may
Honor.
proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. May I be clarified? I believe that we would do it after recross. So
You want? I heard cross.
Sorry,
After
Your
we
Honor.
cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Better for us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I just have a few questions, clarificatory questions. Narinig ko ho kanina ginong testigo na nasabi niyo may 40 media personalities doon sa press con. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero ang inyong inimbitahan, 6 lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit 6 lang?
The 40, we see the number of participants, but the number of person who asked the Vice President during that time, it's limited. And we consider who we sure that is present during that time, Your Honor.
Meron bang kayong criteria kung paano pipiliin itong mga media personalities or kung sino lang ang nagtanong? Kasi kahit hindi ka naman magtatanong, nandoon ka naman, naririnig mo yung mga diskusyon, meron ba kayong mga criteria kung paano pumipili ng media personalities?
Yung sure po namin na present during that time, kasi kapag hindi po kasi kayo nagtanong, hindi po magpa-pop up yung mukha nyo tsaka yung pangalan nyo.
Okay. At itong mga 6 na sinupinan ninyo, ano yung kanyang common statement na ibinigay?
Kinonfirm po nila na present sila during the November 23, 2024 press conference, and yung utterance po ni Vice President narinig po nila.
Okay, I believe ilan dito sa mga personalities ay ipapatawag rin. So tatalon ako sa ibang topic. Nakita ko kanina itong tungkol sa max score interventures at nakita ko kanina pinakita yung articles of incorporation, mukha siyang supplier ng equipment. Ngayon, nasabi rin na doon ka nag-training for 2 weeks. Sino nagbayad ng training?
Sir, the training is included in the procurement of digital forensic tools. In the procurement document, it ni-require po si MaxCore na mag-provide po ng training included in the equipment, sir.
Yung paggamit ng equipment?
Tsaka yung yung process po ng digital forensic as a whole.
Yung kanya lang sila ba ay 'di ba, sa mga IT, let's say Oracle, alam natin kilala yan pagdating sa IT. Si MaxCore ba ay kilala pagdating sa digital forensic training? Kasi pag nakita ko kanina, talagang supplier sila, but are they a well-known or internationally renowned training organization?
It's not the mark score itself, but it's the trainer that they provide, sir, that is capable in training us, sir.
Itong trainer na ito, certified siya in this type of technology?
Yes, sir. The trainer has a lot of certifications in relation to digital forensics, sir.
Can you name a few certification na meron itong trainer na ito?
I can't remember,
Like, let's
sir.
say Oracle or let's say Microsoft, di ba? May mga ganyan
No,
yan.
sir. CompTIA, sir. CompTIA training. I believe he also have a certified ethical hacking certification and a lot more, sir. When it was presented to us, sir.
All right. So itong mga trainers nito ay certified trainers na pwedeng mag-train sa iyo at magiging certified ka rin.
Yes, sir. Initial na akong certificate, sir.
Lastly, Mr. Presiding Officer, after training, nakakuha ka ba ng certification na katulad sa kanila?
No, sir. But that certification that I was trained by them, sir.
Pero ikaw mismo, are you certified to do forensic examinations for your purpose and responsibility?
I have a certification, sir. I am a certified computer hacking forensic investigator, sir.
Itong forensic analysis, meron kang for this purpose, itong pinag-uusapan natin.
The computer, the authentication, sir, part or as a whole, sir?
As a whole. As a whole.
I have a certification in computer hacking, sir, specific. But I have trainings in relation to the...
Iba yung hacking eh. Yung pinag-uusapan natin, forensic examination ng video, forensic examination ng mga ganitong bagay. Meron kang certification doon?
I have certificate, sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, thereafter Senator Judge Marcos. You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, Mr. Presiding Officer. Ang katanungan ko po ay para sa ating testigo. Batid ko po na sa ilalim ng Republic Act 10867, sa ilalim po ng Section 4, ang kapangyarihan po ng inyong ahensya na mag-imbestiga kapag ng mga krimen, partikular na tulad ng mga banta sa buhay ng Pangulo, ikalawang Pangulo, Senate President, Speaker of the House, at Chief Justice. Tama po yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kahit na lalo pat pag ito ay may kaugnayan sa national security. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero ang tanong ko po, ang pagsasampa po ba ng kaso, nasa mandato rin po ba ng NBI na magsampa ng kaso doon sa mga tao na nagbanta sa buhay ng Pangulo, ikalawang Pangulo, Senate President, Speaker of the House, Chief Justice? Is it automatic or kailangan mag-request sila sa inyo? Matic ba yung pagsasampa ng kaso doon sa nagbanta? In this case, is it automatic or wala lang, kasama sa mandato niyo to file charges dahil binantaan mo Pangulo o si Vice Presidente kung sino mang yang 4 na matataas na opisyal natin or 5 matataas na opisyal natin?
Ang basis namin doon, Your Honor, is yung primary objective namin to investigate cases to the threat to the President, Vice President, Senate President, Supreme Court, and if we found that the evidence is enough that there is a crime committed, we will file a case because that's the output of our investigation, sir.
Kahit po ba na hindi yung biktima, in this case yung Pangulo, biktima ng threat, kahit na hindi siya nagreklamo, automatic po yun? Kahit na hindi siya nagreklamo sa inyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Hindi nyo na siya kailangan tanungin pa na, Sir, gusto nyo po bang kasuhan namin ito? Wala nang gano'n. You will never ask. Sabihin natin, hindi lang Pangulo, Vice Presidente, nangyari din sa Vice Presidente o sa Speaker of the House, sa Senate President o sa Chief Justice. Hindi nyo naman lang siya afford to ask him like,
Sir, will you go to the process? Kasi magpa-file ka po ng mga affidavit. This is a long process, etc. Kahit na Pangulo ka po, may pipirmahan ka mga affidavit. Is it automatic, Mr. Witness?
We submitted it, sir, even without a complaint in the for preliminary investigation, sir.
No further questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Senator Judge Marcos is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, maraming salamat. Mahal na namumula. Hihingi lang po ako ng dokumento para mas madali nating sundan ang mga pangyayari. Nalilito lahat pagkat wala po kaming papel. At ang nabigay sa amin, eto, Annex FFFGGG. Nalilito po kami kung alin dito yung mga papel. Kung maaari kaming bigyan, unang-una, yung unang tinutukoy, the first affidavit of investigation dated January 30, alleging grave threats inciting to sedition ng NBI. Ikalawa, yung napasok na yata sa record, pero nais rin namin bilang Senator Judge na magkaroon ng kopya ng DOJ certification signed by Prosecutor Bandung February 5 na nagbigay ng 7 grounds na insufficient for preliminary investigation. Ikatlo, yung naibigay na. Ito klaro to, naibigay po ni Mavic at ng iba pang staff natin, yung February 10, yung ikalawang amended na ibinigay na revised affidavit of authentication, February 11. Ngunit sabi ni testigo Kalilong na merong kasama ito na wala rito sa record natin at sana maibigay si Senator Judge, ito yung sulat kasama nung second revised affidavit of authentication. Ito naman yung sinasabing sulat ni Santiago Padulyon ng DOJ na nagsasaad na hindi kailangan na may private complainant yung sina Presidente, ang First Lady at saka yung dating Speaker dahil base sa kaso ng Santos Concho versus DOJ na 2008, hindi daw kailangan yung private complainant. May we also have a copy of the same. Finally, may we urge that a copy also be given of February 14 certification of DOJ asserting that the revised affidavit of investigation was finally sufficient. Nais lang namin na makita yon at alamin yung investigation data, huling-huli, nung March 7, almost a month after the submission of the affidavit of authentication, kasi halos 1 buwan bago utusan na magkaroon ng investigation data form. Sana may kopya rin tayo noon.
To respond to Senator Judge Marcos, what the court has copies of are the pre-marked documents that the parties pre-marked during pre-trial, but not documents that have not yet been pre-marked. Most of the documents you mentioned that was discussed by counsel for respondent has not yet been pre-marked. They only used it to confront via cross-examination the witness of the prosecution. But the ones we have, we will furnish you with a reminder, of course, Senator Judge Marcos, that these documents have not yet been formally offered by either party, and we still have to await formal offer before the court rules on the admissibility, if at all, of these documents. But we will endeavor to furnish the good Senator Judge with whatever the clerk has.
Yes,
Your Honor, if I may.
if we could be provided with whatever the clerk has and adequately identified, not as GGGGG or FFFFF, at sana kung mabuo yung mga dokumentong sinasabi sa lalong madaling panahon. Maraming salamat.
We will endeavor to comply as best we can, Senator Judge Marcos.
Same
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano,
Peram yung GG.
what is your pleasure, sir?
Mr. President and Mr. Presiding Officer, before I ask to be allowed to ask a question, can I just follow up yung kay Senator Marcos, including the ruling yesterday? Just in the interest of all Senator judges being able to follow closely, especially kami sa first row kasi medyo nagkaka-stiff neck na kami. Mahirap tignan yung TV, so baka dun sa
Maglalagay
harap.
na po kami ng TV sa harap ng
And
lamesa
I
ng
don't
Council
know,
for Parties.
I think all of us own a iPad or a tablet. I don't know what the solution is, but if the Secretariat or the Clerk of Court the Office of the Clerk of Court can work with our staff. Just to give you an example for today, no? If you look at the impeachment complaint on page 19, for example, it says that the affidavit we're looking for kanina, footnote number 72, is this one, in the impeachment complaint, no? It's found on Annex G. Okay, so this is Annex G. If you look at Annex G, it is a certification, not an affidavit. Okay, so where do you find the affidavit mentioned in the impeachment complaint? You actually find it in Volume 14, Annex FFFFFFF-GGGGGGGGG. So before I can even say that,
That's FFFFFF to GGGGGG.
yes. So even before we finish saying that, Your Honor, Mr. Presiding Judge, medyo mahirap. To further complicate, the annexes when delivered to us was labeled annexes. And then when it was pre-marked, iba na yung marking.
That is correct.
Okay. So to clarify, I'm not asking both the prosecution and defense to give us any documents in advance that will prejudice their presentation or the rebuttal. I do understand that it has to be offered, but to speed things up and to make sure we understand, in the same manner that they're asking the witness to examine it, maybe we can be given a copy to examine at the same time, whether digital or actual copy. I don't want to impose upon them to print 24 copies. But again, anyway, it's Wednesday. We have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for our staff and the clerk of court to meet.
I think we already have a solution for you, Senator Judge Cayetano, as well as for Senator Judge Marcos. We will be furnishing the parties either via soft copy to your respective iPads or laptops, or we will enter their official emails as well. Kayo na po mag-print ng hard copy ng list of evidences as marked, as pre-marked by the prosecution na ipe-present for Article 4. And we will do this by article. However, insofar as I said, the documents presented by the counsel for respondent, these have not yet been pre-marked. But I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for a copy from the counsel for respondent.
On that point,
for our guidance, whether or not the same will be offered without prejudice to respond to counsel for respondent, deciding on whether or not they will offer it at the appropriate time.
On that point, Mr. Presiding Officer, even if it's pre-marked, if it will prejudice their presentation, I don't mind it be given in real time. And same, no? If it's being used on cross or recross on rebuttal, and hindi to na pre-mark, as long as real time, para lang we can process it. If not, we have to review afterwards, and it messes up our preparation for the hearing the next day. No?
Is that possible for the parties once the roles are reversed? May I get a response from the counsel for respondent?
Your Honor, first we'll clarify everything that was showed today was pre-marked by the respondent.
That's not my understanding, because the DOJ letter you pre-marked is different from the DOJ letter that we have pre-marked. But we'll verify. So everything was pre-marked?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you presented a document that was not pre-marked, either by the prosecution or the defense. Walang marking eh.
I presented all that.
So if it was pre-marked, it's our lookout. Then then there's no problem furnishing the senator judges with a copy of the same.
We have no problem with that, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano's concern has no basis if it was all pre-marked. Apparently, it was our oversight.
Yes.
Counsel for the prosecutors, would that be possible?
Yes.
To furnish it? I think what counsel for respondent did earlier helped us out a lot. Plastering it on the screens, whatever affidavit you were presenting. I think counsel for the prosecutor should do the same.
Yes,
Hindi naman
Mr.
bawal
Presiding Officer.
magkopyahan dito eh. Okay lang. Senator Judge Cayetano?
Thank you. Yeah, and just to clarify, the 2 minutes is the question, not including
Yes,
the
yes, of
answer.
course.
No?
You have 2 minutes if you want to
if
start
they-
with asking questions.
Yes, if they ask to repeat the question, please don't count that. No, 2 minutes is long with short questions, but many of us want to get to the bottom of it, end up only asking 1 or 2 questions. So just a little bit
We
liberality.
will be lenient,
Yes. Thank you.
Senator Judge
Thank you
Alan
very much.
Cayetano. You
Appreciate
may
it.
proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
A question for the witness, and maybe to put all of us in check, I don't mind if any of the counsel says na medyo hindi maayos yung question. I mean, given what happened yesterday and today, and there are questions that could prejudice the case either way, as long as we call each other out respectfully, to the both counsels, you cannot correct a senator judge, but I don't mind if you think it prejudices. That's your duty to your client.
Yes, sure.
So this isn't the start of the 2 minutes yet. Sa magandang hapon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Medyo mahaba na yung pag-upo mo dyan, but allow me a few questions. No? Yung circumstance lang, so paano nagsimula yung investigasyon na na-involve ka? Were you from the start o hindi? At written instructions ba to? O sinabi, oy, may investigasyon tayo. Just konting clarity, paano na-umpisa yung specific investigation? And was it based on the November 3 video? Tama ba?
November 23, Your Honor.
Okay.
It all started, I received a phone call, sir, from my executive officer that there is a video wherein there is a statement given by the Vice President, which is classified as threat, and I was tasked and assigned to investigate the case, sir.
Okay. So basically, ganun yung pagkasabi, na I'm tasking you to look at the video, investigate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you working alone or with a group?
With a group, Your Honor.
NBI group?
Yes, Your Honor.
And was this, is there an interagency also or just purely NBI?
Don't have personal knowledge. Maybe our chief, sir, has the knowledge on that, sir.
Yes. No, that's all I asked for naman, yung personal knowledge.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, pakiulit mo yung sinabing, how exactly sinabi sa'yo na tignan mo yung video, imbestigahan mo, or may statement? So,
to be specific, sir, as far as I remember, may statement si Vice President regarding the November 23 press conference na kung saan may pagbabanta na naganap, pakiimbestigahan.
Pakiimbestigahan. So, ganun ka-general.
Yes,
may pagbabantang naganap, pakiimbestigahan.
Yes po.
And you proceeded by watching the video?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when you watched the video, you got to the part na may pagbabanta?
No, Your Honor. I first don't know which part of that.
So you watched the whole video, of course?
First, the clippings, Your Honor.
Okay.
Then, I look for the whole video, Your Honor.
Then you watched the whole video?
Yes, Your Honor.
And thank you for your honesty. So after the clipping, tapos the whole video, what did you do next? You reported or you made your recommendations? I don't understand the process lang kasi.
Upon identifying the whole video, I informed my executive officer that I identified the video, Your Honor.
And then yung sinabi mo yesterday, then you started looking for patterns. That's why you looked at yung dating mga video ni Vice President.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you started investigating the threat against the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you investigate the threat against the Vice President?
We tried, Your Honor.
How did you try?
It is included in our letter to the Vice President, Your Honor. That's why we're inviting her to proceed to our office to investigate the threats to her life, Your Honor.
How about the vlogger who asked her about Oplan or whatever they call that Romanov? Did you invite them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did they testify?
The Princess Maui did not appear, Your Honor.
Did not appear. Did you also look for previous videos that are threatening to the Vice President?
We look on the Romanov part, Your Honor.
Okay.
But we identify a different person who first mentioned the Romanov, Your Honor.
Did you coordinate with the PSG?
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
You yourself?
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe our chief, Your Honor.
Yeah. But you are aware that the primary responsibility of protecting both the President and the Vice President is the PSG?
Yes, Your Honor.
So isn't it fair to say that any investigation against a threat to the first family, the President or the Vice President you would normally ask the PSG if they received any threat.
I have no personal knowledge, Your Honor.
No, I'm asking, hindi ba normal sa investigation kung sino yung primary agency na taga-protekta na lumalaban dun sa threat ay tatanungin natin?
Yes, Your Honor.
So bakit hindi tinanong ng NBI ang PSG? Or in your case, why didn't you ask the PSG?
Maybe it can be answered by a chief, Your Honor.
No, I'm not. I will ask your chief also. I'm asking you, when they said, look at this, you looked at other videos, you tried to get Princess Maui, you tried to get the vice president, but you didn't contact the PSG for the first lady, for the president, and for all you know, the PSG will tell you right there and there, the threat is real, or the PSG will say, politika lang yan. Diba? Both the vice president and the president are protected by the PSG. So why wasn't so nakalimutan lang or wala sa procedure nyo or?
Your Honor, there is already a statement from the National Security Council, Your Honor, that it is an active threat, Your Honor. That's why we start investigation.
Yes, and the primary group that will know if it's an active threat is the PSG. So if this was the United States, it will be the Secret Service. So whether the FBI or the CIA, state troopers, the federal marshals, kung sino man mag-iimbestiga, parati nilang tatanungin yung Secret Service. So I'm just curious why we did not ask the PSG input.
Kindly wind up, Senator Cayetano. Senator
Okay.
Judge Cayetano.
So my last question is, how did you characterize the threat of the Vice President to the President? Given that ang exact words niya, huwag kang mag-alala ma'am sa security ko kasi may kinausap na akong tao, sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako. So that would be fair to you and not vague, no? Did that phrase, kapag pinatay ako, have any bearing in your investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was that bearing or thoughts in your mind?
First of all po, dun sa statement, may nakausap na po. It already took place before pa yung mangyari yung meeting. And nung condition...
I'm not talking about yung may kinausap na para pumatay. Ang sinasabi ko yung sinabi niya na pag pinatay ako.
Yes, Your Honor.
How did that affect your investigation?
There is a condition na kapag pinatay siya. But as we can see, it's only applicable if there is only two parties. The statement make a loophole wherein a third party can use that na kapag namatay si BP, ma-execute ngayon yung statement ni BP na may nakausap na siya without the participation of the one mentioned, the President, the First Lady, and the Speaker of the House, Your Honor.
That's fair. But what I'm saying is that in your reports, did you characterize it as a conditional threat? Kasi kung hindi naman siya pinatay, the logical implication is that there's no threat against the... So I'm not saying it's not illegal, immoral to contract a killer. I'm just trying to follow the logic na pag sinabi kong pakukulong kita, Mr. Witness, pag nagsinungaling ka under oath, then it's actually not a threat. It's a legal... I'm just telling you the law, di ba? Pero pag sinabi kong pag hindi ka sumunod sa akin, ano yung kita. So that's my last question lang. So how did you characterize that? It wasn't a conditional in your mind because may kinausap na?
Even with or without, sir, it's still considered a threat as long as the
I have no doubt there. I'm just asking, is it a conditional threat?
Based on our affidavit, sir, I believe it's conditional, which...
Based on your affidavit? But your initial assessment, yung personal mo as an investigator, this is an investigation of the whole NBI, but yung personal mo?
The threat is absolute, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Cayetano. We now proceed. Senator Judge Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po.
Thereafter, Senator Judge Zubiri.
Maraming
Senator
salamat
Judge
po.
Padilla, you have 2 minutes.
Opo. Nais ko lamang po magtanong sa ating saksi. Ginoong saksi, kanina po kasi habang nagkakaroon ng pagdinig, ako po'y laging iistorbo. Dahil tuwing may itatanong, mag-o-object, medyo magulo po eh. Pwede po bang sagutin po ninyo ako dahil noong pong February 5, ang sabi po dito ay insufficient po yung na hindi dapat makarating na sa preliminary investigation. Tama po ba? February 5 po yun?
May certification, sir. Yes po.
Opo. Tapos, nung February 14, naging sufficient na for conduct of preliminary investigation. Nasagot po ba yung 7 na sinabi dito na para, ang sinasabi po kasi dito nung February 5, merong 7 na kulang.
I believe so, sir. That's why we have received a certification, sir.
Ayun. Kasi po, parang narinig ko kanina, hindi po naibigay yung original copy nung sinagawang interview kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Yung original po, na kopya, kung sino po yung nag-record. Wala po kayong affidavit? Meron po ba kayong affidavit na nakuha nyo?
Yes, sir. Ako po yung ang inire-request po ng DOJ dyan is affidavit po nung nag-screen record, which is my affidavit, Your Honor.
Meron po siyang affidavit?
Ako, sir. Ako po yung nag-execute, sir.
Kasi hindi po yung mismong tao?
Yes po. Ang hinihingi po kasi ni DOJ is kung sino yung nag-screen record through OBS, sir.
Hindi po yung mismong tao?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo lang po yung nag-affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero meron po kayong pagkakataon ba na nakausap niyo yung tao at nagbigay siya ng affidavit?
May I clarify, Your Honor, if sinong tao yung tinutukoy?
Yung nag-record po.
Ako po yung nag-record through OBS, sir.
Hindi po. Yung mismong nag-record po kay Inday sa Vice President. Nakausap niyo po ba? Yung raw file po. Kasi napakahalaga po nun. Kasi doon po natin malalaman kung original ba o hindi.
The video itself, sir, is publicly available. That's why I performed the recording, sir.
Opo. Pakisagot na lang po, mahal na saksi, kung nakuha niyo po ba yung original. Yung original, hindi po yung galing sa internet.
The original, no, sir.
Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Zubiri, you are recognized, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat to our presiding officer. Magandang hapon po, Sir Witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon. Gusto ko lang magtanong, clarificatory questions lang po ito. Dito ba sa ating bansa, dahil tinatanong ko po ito sa inyo, dahil kayo po investigating body, sa ating bansa, meron bang specific law pagdating sa mga banta sa Pangulo, Pangalawang Pangulo at kanyang mga successors? Or yan ba'y pasok lang sa grave threats, which is applied sa lahat? Applicable sa lahat ng tao?
Based on my personal knowledge, sir, it's only on the grave threat, Your Honor.
Which is applied to everyone, if I'm not mistaken. No? Kasi sa batas sa Amerika, sa Estados Unidos, meron po tinatawag na number 18 under the United States Code, Section 871. There is a specific law na pinagbabawal po itong mga threats to the President, Vice President, and its successors. May jail time po ito at may fine na malaki. As a matter of fact, dito sa panahon ni Pangulong Trump, marami na po silang kinasuhan at hinabla at napasok sa kulungan dahil sa paglabag nitong batas na ito. At Secret Service po ang sumasagawa ng investigasyon. Sa atin ba dito, ang NBI ba ang nabigyan po ng kapangyarihan para gawin itong investigasyon under your new NBI code?
Under our law, sir, the new NBA law, included po yung investigation to the threats to the life of the President, the Vice President, the Speaker, the Senate President, and the Supreme Court, sir.
So, klaro na kayo, nasa kapangyarihan ninyo. Kasi hindi pwede sa Presidential Security Group. Hindi katulad sa Estados Unidos, yung Secret Service ang talagang nanguhuli at nag-imbestiga. Sa atin dito sa Pilipinas, ang NBI po ang nangunguna sa investigasyon. Tama po ba yan o mali?
It is within our law, sir.
Okay. And this is just food for thought because not only are we senator judges, we're also legislators. It may be time that we also craft a law that will be specific on threats made to the president, vice president, and its successors, meaning the Senate president, the Speaker of the House, and the Supreme Court Chief Justice. Sa Amerika kasi, sa batas po nila, and I'll just wrap up, the defendant, to secure conviction, the defendant communicated a threat. The defendant understood and intended the statement as a true threat. Hindi po niya sinabi joke only in the end. And pangatlo, the defendant knowingly and willfully makes the threat. So just food for thought as legislators as well. So maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Zubiri. We now proceed to where we left off. I believe that was the redirect of the counsel for the prosecutor. Just out of curiosity, without any pressure, because I promised I would declare a break somewhere in between, depending on how long your redirect and recross would be. I can call the break after the recross and the statement of the counsel for respondent, so that we break on a good point before we call on the last witness for today. Yes, counsel for the prosecutors.
As to the question, if the prosecution will do the direct examination.
The redirect. Kung mahaba-haba
Sorry,
pa
the
yung
redirect examination after the cross-examination of the defense. The prosecution decides not to conduct a redirect, Your Honor, please.
Thank you, counsel for the prosecutor. Counsel for the respondent, do you want to begin to utilize your time now?
Your Honor, I will turn over the mic to my co-counsel. He will also be the cross-examiner for the next witness.
But Your Honor, please, sorry. May I make a manifestation, Your Honor, please, before we proceed, Your Honor, please? A manifestation as to the
In
statement.
connection with what, counsel for the prosecutors?
As to the manifestation earlier that all the documents that were confronted, that were
Yes.
presented to the witness, I believe that the defense said that all those exhibits were pre-marked. But based on our records, Your Honor, please, and then I hope the defense will clarify this for the record. We perused the documents and we don't see that the articles of partnership and the screenshots of the websites that were presented earlier, based on our tally, based on our records, these were not pre-marked, contrary to what the defense manifested. So we would like to seek clarification from the defense.
That is correct, Your Honor. Those three documents were not
Noted and entered into the records.
Thank you so much.
Given that there is no redirect and recross, counsel, can you state for the record your name?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Mark Sivin Luan for the Vice President.
Sir, you're aware of the situation. Time was given to the counsel for the prosecutors to make a discussion about whether or not Article 4, the acts alleged in Article 4 constitute an impeachable offense. You have the same time of 4 minutes and 26 minutes, which will round. Before I allow you to continue, kawawa naman si Mr. Calilong. Mr. Witness, Mr. Calilong, Senator Judge Lacson, before we excuse. Senator Judge Soto is recognized. Sir, what is your pleasure, sir?
Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, are we going to dispense with the
Unless you have questions to the witness, so not yet.
Well, it's a simple question.
The gentleman may
You're
proceed.
familiar. Thank you very much. You're familiar with the internet, of course.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you noticed that lately all the AI-generated videos have a caption saying AI-generated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya pag walang nakalagay na AI-generated, siguradong hindi AI-generated?
Yes, Your Honor. Today, Your Honor.
Yes, lately, no?
Lately, Your Honor.
Lahat nakalagay. Pag AI-generated, nakalagay AI-generated and Meta does not allow it. Right?
They allowed it, but there is AI info part.
Correct.
On
Let's
the
say
post.
there is a manifestation.
Yes, Your
that
Honor. It
AI
is
generated.
explicitly mentioned that AI.
So you're aware of that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's it.
Senator Judge Lacson, you likewise have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President. I have questions para sa ating testigo. Since you are presented here as an expert witness, alam nyo, nagkusort din ako sa digital forensics expert para lang makonvince sa sarili ko. No, my first question is, in this day and age of artificial intelligence, no, will you agree with me na it is almost impossible to distinguish an AI-generated video from the original?
It
Almost
is-
impossible.
Yes, Your Honor. It is hard, Your Honor.
Yeah, very hard, di ba? Very difficult. So kasi ito, impeachment trial, ano? Kasi sa court, ginagamit talaga yung expert testimony ng digital or computer forensics expert. Now, you may or may not answer this question kung classified, ano? Gusto ko lang malaman, ano ba yung digital forensic tools na ginagamit din sa NBI?
Currently, I'm not familiar. But during the time na nandun po ako sa Digital Forensic Laboratory Division, meron kaming in-case forensic, Celebrite, and Amped Authenticate, sir. Amped Authenticate, sir.
Ang balita ko, yung AMP 5 or AMP Authenticate, di ba?
Amped Authenticate, sir.
Ito yung ginagamit ninyo. Ito, capable ito na magsagawa ng reverse image, photo or video, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito ba yung ginamit mo?
For this part, Your Honor, the OBS only, Your Honor.
Bakit hindi nyo ginamit ito?
The duration is too large, Your Honor, the 2 hours. And the Amped Authenticate can only detect if there is a inconsistent FPS, Your Honor.
Yeah, kasi kaya ako tinanong yon dahil una-una maraming para mag-adhere na magamit sa korte, no? Likewise sa impeachment court. May mga requirements, di ba? Sinabi mo kasi meron kayong open source, di ba?
Yes,
Pero
Your Honor.
ang pinaka-importante yung chain of custody, of course, yung provenance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung original na pinanggalingan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang sabi mo, pinanggalingan lang Facebook.
The Facebook was captured, Your Honor.
So, hindi yun ang original, di ba?
The screen recording is the original itself as to my authentication, sir.
Yeah, and you can attest sa authenticity ng video.
Yes, Your Honor.
In spite of not being or not having originated from the original.
Yes, Your Honor. I compared the recorded with the original and ensured that the contents are identical, Your Honor.
Kasi nabanggit mo rin, ginamit mo yung manual comparison simultaneously ng dalawang videos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero again, I will insist na talagang hindi reliable yung manual. Ito yung sinabi sa akin ng digital forensics expert na nakausap ko, ano. Ang pinaka mas importante, makuha mo yung original copy, yun nga, yung provenance, di ba? Para talagang, tapos masundan mo yung sa analysis, gagamitan mo ng tools para malaman mo na talagang authentic yung video. Of course, I'm not here to question the authenticity. I just want to be assured. Dahil, sabi ko nga kanina, pagka sa artificial intelligence, napakahirap talaga. Almost impossible to distinguish it from the original video or yung source.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're competent enough, ginagamit yung forensic tools o forensics tools at yung inyong yung competence mo through your training, no?
And experience, Your Honor.
And experience. Kasi sabi mo nga, you've been with the NBI since 2021, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And since then, you have appeared in some 20.
At least 30, Your Honor.
30.
Yes, Your
30 court hearings.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Cayetano, what is your pleasure?
Just a clarification addressed to the presiding officer.
You may proceed, sir.
apologies, I don't remember if it was one of the counsels or one of the senator judges who asked the witness a while ago whether he was an expert witness, and he said he was a competent witness.
That is correct.
And there's a
The
difference
presiding
between an
officer
expert
confirms that.
witness. So he's not an expert witness. He's an competent witness.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So that will have bearing because whether or not an AI video can be produced without an AI has to be testified by an expert witness.
If I may,
Wait, yeah, go ahead.
If I
That
may-
doesn't mean, I don't think you'll disagree with my second statement. That doesn't mean that this witness is not competent to testify on that. Second point, I just like to clarify for the record, my understanding of watching the video is that it was on StreamYard, then a link was shared sa Facebook.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if that's the case, Mr. Presiding Officer, the original video is with StreamYard, not with Facebook, or are both original?
It's Zoom, Your Honor.
Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was informed StreamYard, but just for the record, so that later on when we review everything, someone testified to it.
Duly noted.
Yeah, thank you.
Duly noted and entered into records. Mr. Vinluan, you have your 4 minutes and 26 seconds, but we cannot use the seconds in our timer, so just look at the clock, sir, please.
Your Honor, please.
Before we... Yes, Mr. Kalilong, you are excused, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And thank you for your time and cooperation with this impeachment court.
Thank you so
Your
much,
Honor.
NBI Senior Agent John Mark Calilong. Thank you so much.
Hold on, Mr. Kalilong. Yes, Senator Judge Padilla. What is your pleasure, sir?
Ginoong tagapamahala ng hukumang ito, nais ko lamang po sana hingin ang mga credentials ng ating saksi kung paano po lahat ng kanyang certification, lahat upang mapatunayan po natin lahat na
It's ready.
The witness testified to it earlier, but kindly respond to the question of Senator Judge Padilla, Mr. Witness.
I have here, sir, my certifications during the time of my investigation, Your Honor.
Can you, mahaba ba?
I can read, Your Honor.
Mahaba ba, hindi?
ibigay na lang po siguro sa atin.
Kindly just submit it to us, yes, please?
Pasabit na lang po.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If that is okay with Senator Judge Padilla. Thank you, sir. Mr. Kalilong, you are excused, sir, and thank you for your time and cooperation with the impeachment court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The presiding officer will just wait for the witness to leave the premises before recognizing Attorney Binon. Okay, Attorney Binon, you have 4 minutes and 26 seconds. You may proceed, sir. Thereafter, we will call for a 15-minute break.
In the discourse yesterday, talking about VP Sara's statements during the November 23, 2024 press con, Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros stated, and I quote, "None of these statements are proof that the Vice President actually contracted an assassin or hired one. She is absolutely right." She then asked the question, why are these acts impeachable? To this question, the prosecution responded, "We understand that these statements may not actually 100% prove that she in fact contracted an assassin, end of quote. Hence, the prosecution admitted that the video does not prove any fact other than its existence. In simple words, there is no proof of any contracting of an assassin. The prosecution's admission before this honorable court made the respondent's position clear. The prosecution has no other competent evidence to prove that VP Sara contracted an assassin. Ang testimonya ni Kalilong, gaya ng iba pang ebidensya kuno ng prosecution, ay hindi sapat para patunayan ang paratang na ito. Trying to prove this stretched narrative using a hodgepodge of materials is a waste of this honorable court's time and the Filipino people's money. Si VP Sara na mismo ang nagsabi na hindi assassin ang kinausap niya. This term only came from people who took her statements out of their proper context and tried to exaggerate them for what they really meant. The truth of the matter is this: She and her family were threatened. And while her response was unconventional, it was justified. What triggered her response was a question about Operation Romanov, which is the plot to eliminate VP Sara and her entire family. The NBI's own records prove this. In the minutes of the meeting of Dempsey Reyes' interview, he said, and I quote, "May press con kasi earlier than that," sabi niya, parang hindi lang niya gusto daw, sabi lang niya gusto daw siyang patayin daw, according to her, ni Speaker. That was during a press conference the day before, November 2022. End of quote. During the virtual press con, Princess Maui mentioned Operation Romanov again, and even warned her about her safety. Reyes talked about it, Princess Maui reiterated it, but the NBI gaslighted it. When VP Sara uttered those words, she was not responding as Sara Duterte, the Vice President, but Sara Duterte, the wife, mother, daughter, and sister, who only sought to protect her own and her family members' lives. Operation Romanov is in place, and the threat against their lives is real. VP Sara became the target of unauthorized intelligence and surveillance operations by government operatives that exposed her family to high-level risks and security threats, thereby causing intense trauma and uncontrollable fear. Her homes in Davao and Manila were profiled, and this is proven by classified casing reports. Her trusted security personnel were removed. Her schedule of official functions, like the one in Naga, was leaked by intelligence agents, and her security was heavily compromised. In sum, the prosecution was right in using the term culmination. But the prosecution's interpretation is wrong. Rather, when VP Sara left the administration, she suffered various forms of threats and harassment for many months from the powers that be, and the culmination was her statement on that fateful early morning in November 2024. She didn't commit an impeachable offense. She drew the line in the sand and said, "Enough is enough." That is the meaning, and that is the context. Finally, as to the alleged grave threats and inciting to sedition, these are defined by the revised penal code and are punishable by prison correctional. Thus, these fall under the jurisdiction of the MTC or first-level courts. These charges are not other high crimes as contemplated by the Constitution as grounds for impeachment and are therefore not impeachable. After all, VP Sara was fighting two important battles that day. One against the threat to her family's life, and another against the life of the ordinary Filipino, constantly suffocated by the immense weight of corruption, which she talked about during the press con. She never incited sedition, she merely echoed the voice of ordinary Filipinos. Her message that day only reflected what was already in their hearts and minds. There was no betrayal of public trust. She actually upheld the people's trust as she spoke for and behalf of the people. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Vidluan. Chair declares the 50th Senator Judge Bam Aquino before we declare a recess.
Yes, just a quick manifestation, Mr.
You
President.
may proceed, sir.
Tapos na po tayo sa unang witness. It's taken us maybe a total of 9 hours for the first witness. Ito ho, isang pakiusap sa parehong grupo. Alam ko po may kanya-kanya tayong estilo, may kanya-kanya tayong strategy, but if possible, can we allow the testimonies to be heard? Can we have proceedings that will go straight to the point? Kasi po nanonood ang taong bayan, pati po kaming mga senator judge, gusto rin ho naming makita itong mga proceedings, yung mga ebidensya na mas madali ring maintindihan. So ito naman po, di ho namin pwede itong idikta sa inyo. But if possible, the succeeding witnesses, and we have a long list, this goes for both parties, by the way. Let's have proceedings where we can go straight to the point, malaman natin yung puntos ng bawat grupo para makapagdesisyon din po tayo ng maayos. Ito po this is a plea, no? This is not an order to both parties, but if we can, This is the People's Tribunal. We're watching. Everybody's watching. Sana po, payagan natin na lumabas yung mga katotohanan, lumabas yung mga ebidensya upang maging mas madali at mas kaaya-aya po yung ating proceedings. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
Thank you so much.
Noted and entered into the records. Chair would like to give Senator Bam, bibigyan ko ng konting pag-asa sa Senator Bam. Usually, ang mga paglilitis tulad nito, parang diesel yan. Sa simula, syempre dahil una pa lamang, nagkakasanayan, nagkakaestimahan, pero bibilis at bibilis ito sa pagdaloy din ng ilang araw lang ng trial natin. And you will be able to see that in the next couple of days. Chair declares a 15-minute recess. We
Your
all
Honor,
come
please.
back.
Your Honor,
Yes,
please.
counsel for the prosecutor.
Before the declaration of recess, I suppose that the reason is for the presentation of the next witness for
Yes.
the prosecution. We manifest, Your Honor, that John Mark Calilong will be our witness for this afternoon. We'll be presenting the next witness during the next hearing on Monday, Your Honor, please.
You won't present Attorney Lotok anymore?
Yes,
today?
Your Honor, on Monday, Your Honor, please. We will utilize the 11 days allotted to Article 4 of for the prosecution, Your Honor, please.
So, no Attorney Lotok today?
Today, we'll do that on Monday, Your Honor, please.
So, Chair would like to, I guess there's no need to declare a recess.
Yes, Your Honor,
Judge Lacson, thank you for
Honor.
that manifestation. Yes, counsel for the respondent.
Your
What
Honor,
do you want
maybe
to say?
just clarified if Attorney Lotok is the witness on Monday because they had already
Yes.
disclosed the witness.
I was about to ask that question.
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Jeremy Lotok will be presented
On
by the
Monday?
prosecution on Monday, Your Honor, please.
Likewise, can you name us, you manifested that you will also be presenting next week or requesting a subpoena to, yes, to Attorney Lopez and Attorney Director Matibag.
That would be Captain Belinda Bello, Your Honor, please, and NBI Director
Matibag.
And then
Lotok first.
Lotok, Your Honor, please, and then
Matibag.
And then we'll disclose on Bello, Your Honor, please. Captain
the Sergeant at Arms.
Belinda Bello of the House of Representatives, Your Honor, please.
So, those two witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
We have 3 days, counsel.
No. Wait.
Name me one more.
Okay, that would be NBI Director Matibag, Your Honor, please.
Given the manifestation of the counsel for the prosecutor, Chair hereby orders the issuance of subpoena once again to Attorney Lotok for the trial dates on July 13, 14, and 15, as well as for Attorney Melvin Matibag. No need for a subpoena for Miss Bella?
Your Honor.
Before I recognize counsel for respondent, no need for a subpoena?
There's no need for subpoena, Your Honor.
You did not request for a subpoena, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
So no need.
No need, Your Honor.
You will produce, can you state the name again for the record, counsel? Can you state for the name of the witness again for the record?
Your Honor, the first witness will be Captain Belinda Bello. Sorry, that would be Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok. Number 2 is Captain Belinda Bello. And number 3, NBI Director Matibag. And number 4.
Thank you.
That's for no.
Thank you,
For next
counsel.
week, those are the witnesses, Your Honor, please.
Thank you. Counsel for respondent, what is your pleasure?
Your Honor, considering the change in schedule, may we just confirm if that is the exact order of presentation next week?
I believe so. The chair would like to be the one to confirm that. To reiterate,
Your Honor, may I be recognized? I apologize.
yes, the member of the panel of prosecutors, Representative Defensor, what is your pleasure, sir?
Your Honor, may I just correct, since the private counsel is under the direct supervision and control of the
Yes, of
counsel
course.
prosecutor. For Monday, Your Honors, we will be presenting Attorney Jeremy Lotok. For Wednesday, we will be presenting, or Tuesday, we'll be presenting Attorney Zulaika Lopez. And for Wednesday, our third witness, we will be presenting Captain Belinda Bello.
Captain Belinda. So, Director Matibag is not yet going to be presented next week?
Not yet, Your Honor. We will manifest on Monday if we can consider him for the Wednesday's session, depending on how the trial goes or how long the testimonies will take for both parties.
Noted. What is the pleasure of council? Chair would like now to discuss and dispense with some administrative matters. The BIR box, which the chair ordered to be returned on July 6, has actually been returned to the BIR, sealed, untouched, and duly received accordingly. And the counsel for the prosecutors have filed a motion for the issuance of subpoena duces tecum ad testificanum to the BIR concerning this box. Has a copy been furnished to the counsel for the respondents?
None yet, Your Honor.
None yet? I thought, yes,
Your Honor, we confirm that we emailed a copy to the respondents. Last
kindly
Monday, Your
check
Honor.
so that we can dispense with the need of reading the subpoena. Having said that, given that this has been put in issue rather in the pre-trial brief of both parties, there is a counsel for respondent, we will accord the same treatment to this with respect to the subpoena, request for subpoena for the bank accounts of the spouses, Vice President Sara Duterte and Attorney Mans Carpio. Therefore, the presiding officer orders both parties to submit a memoranda on the subject matter of the subpoena of the BIR records on Monday, and we will also schedule the oral arguments for deciding on this issue together with the bank records on Wednesday. Each party will be given 10 minutes without prejudice to a rebuttal and/or a rebuttal by the other side for another 3 minutes before the court shall decide.
We will comply, Your Honor.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Thank you. So ordered. In regard to the request for the issuance of a motion for subpoena, asan yun? May I ask if counsel for the respondents were likewise furnished with a copy of the most request for subpoena, although this is ex parte because this is only with respect to witnesses. So there is no need to issue a subpoena to Attorney Melvin Matibag for next week. Honorable Defensor? No need?
No need, Your Honor.
So just Attorney Zulaika Lopez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Chair orders that subpoena be issued to Attorney Zulaika Lopez to appear on July 13, 14, as indicated by the counsel for the prosecutors, given that on the 15th, we might be arguing on the bank deposits and the BIR documents.
We submit, Your Honor.
So ordered. There being no other matters for consideration by the court, and given that the counsel for prosecution for the prosecutors have manifested that they will no longer present Attorney Latok today, but rather on Monday, the trial is hereby adjourned until 2 p.m. of Monday, July 13, 2026.
Dito sa Kamara nag-uumpisa ang proseso ng impeachment, alinsunod sa saligang batas. Ang mga opisyal na maaring maisailalim sa prosesong ito, ang presidente, vice-presidente, mga maestrado ng Korte Suprema at mga opisyal ng constitutional offices. Nitong Pebrero 2026, sunod-sunod na inihain sa tanggapan ng House Secretary General ang 4 na impeachment complaints laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Una naghain ng impeachment complaint ang Makabayan Coalition. Sinundan ito ng reklamo mula sa Tindig Pilipinas. Ang ikatlong reklamo, sinampa ng grupo ng mga pari, madre at abogado, habang inihain ng 4th impeachment complaint ng private lawyer na si Attorney Nathaniel Cabrera. Halos pare-pareho ang laman ng mga reklamo. Maling paggamit umano ng confidential funds, alegasyong bribery, questionable at hindi tamang pagdedeklara ng yaman ang umano'y pagbabanta sa buhay ng Pangulo, unang ginang at dating House Speaker sa isang live video. Ang mga reklamo naiakyat sa tanggapan ng House Speaker na isama sa agenda ng plenaryo hanggang sa nai-refer noong February 23, 2026 sa House Committee on Justice. Ito na ang opisyal na initiation ng impeachment proceedings, ang pagsisimula ng one-year bar.
Mula sa 4 na orihinal na impeachment complaints laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte, 2 lamang ang natira. Ang ikatlo at ang ika-4 na reklamo. Ang unang reklamo kasi isinantabi dahil sa paglabag sa one-year bar rule, habang ang ikalawa withdraw upang mas mapabilis ang proseso ng impeachment.
March 2, 2020.
Ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Balikan natin si Isa.
Isa Bendaño Umali.
Isa.
Following nag-adjourn na nga itong day 3 ng impeachment trial kay Vice President Sara Duterte at katabi ko lamang ang isa sa mga House prosecutors, si Bukidnon Representative Jonathan Keith Flores. Sir, magandang hapon po at live po tayo sa Super Radyo DZBB. Your assessment po sa day 3 ng paglilitis.
Magandang hapon. It was okay. No? We were expect kami ng mas matinding pagpapros sa namin. But okay naman. Kaya naman ng witness tanong ng defense. And it was answered from.
Yung naging mga diskarte po ng defense team, ano po inyo masasabi?
Well, natural yun. No? You're always gonna expect na mag-iiba yung status nila from our direct examination to their cross-examination. So, natural talaga na mag-iiba. So, expected yun.
Pero sa palagay niyo ba talagang naging malakas ito pong inyong testigo despite po ng mga ginawa kayo ng defense team, including po yung pagpapakita ng mga videos ni Attorney Zuleika Lopez na Chief of Staff ni Vice President Duterte?
Kasi babalik tayo sa tanong kung may dahilan ba pwede bang justify yung if there was a reason na sinasabi nila dahil Lopez threatened siya, does it allow or does it permit the Vice President? I think that doon tayo babalik. If the sagot is hindi, natural, would still be liable.
A few questions na lang po. Bakit po nag-decide yung House Prosecution team na sa Monday na lang po isalang si NBI Regional Director Jeremy Lotok?
Kasi gusto namin isang araw lang. Do the direct now. Baka hindi naman siya enough ang time para mag-cross sila. Ayaw namin na next day pa cross or next cross. Gusto namin, after the direct, dapat cross.
And sa palagay niyo ba, kapag po sakali ipagsabina ng Senado, Attorney Zuleika Lopez, harap ba siya? Ito, sa Article 4.
Sa tingin ko, wala siyang option. So, we have to comply. Abogado naman siya sa Laika, sigurado ko alam din niya ano yung force ng.
Last na lang talaga. Mula day 1 hanggang day 3, masasabi niyo po bang nagawa po ng House Prosecution yung inyong pong best para po mailatag ng husto, ito po mga ebidensya at
I think so, no? I think gawa naman and we will continue to try to do our best. Ang importante dito is pusad na yung kaso and we're starting to present the evidence para at least ang senador judges natin at public in general ang mag-decide kung ano ba talaga.
Maraming po salamat. Yan po si Bukidnon Representative Jonathan Keith Flores, isa sa mga miyembro ng House Prosecution Team. Magkagawa ng press conference yung iba pang mga members ng House Prosecution na panel maya-maya lamang para magbigay pa nga ng kanilang assessment sa ikatlong araw ng impeachment trial. Sa ngayon, nandito ako sa tapat ng Lorenzo Tanyada Room at nagpapasukan na dito yung mga miyembro ng defense team. Actually, yung Tanyada Room katapat lamang nitong Padilla Room na kwarto ng mga miyembro ng prosecutors at kanilang mga counsels. So ngayon, ito si Attorney Sal Panelo. Sabihin lang, meron pa lang may naka sa kanya. Ito si Attorney Benjamin Toloso. Afternoon po live po sa Super Radio DZBB. Your assessment po sa day 3 na trial.
About what happened today. Position is we were able to establish properly during the direct examination the matters that we wanted to prove. I think it was through the scrutiny.
Sa mga tanong ng mga senator judges, Meron ba doon mga masasabi niyong very critical at hindi naman magpapahina sa case po?
I don't think so. No? Madaming mga clarificatory questions, so, no? But I don't think there's anything that destroyed the main point that was established by our yesterday, which is basically just the authenticity of the video. No? It was again, it was watched by everyone. It was done through a live recording, no? So again, that's why we didn't have to conduct any redirect examination anymore after the process. We didn't see any need for it.
Kasi lang po kapag sumalang na sila Attorney Jeremy Lotoc, Attorney Zuleika Lopez, at yung isa pa pong opisyal ng Kamara, sa palagay niyo po ba mas ma-establish itong Article 4?
Of course, that's the purpose. Further strengthen the case for the grave threat.
Salamat. Yan po si Attorney Benjamin Tolosa, ang legal spokesperson at isa sa mga counsel for the prosecutors. Sa mga oras na ito, double wing, ay wala pa ako nakikita ang mga senator judges, pero I doubt na magpapa-interview sila sa media, no? Dahil nga sila yung mga hurado dito sa impeachment trial. Yes, magpe-press daw impeachment spokesperson Tonggol. Oo. At yan po ay i-report sa atin ng ating bantay sa Senado na si Nympha Ravelo. Nympha?
Naman natin si Nympha Ravelo, Nympha.
Oo. Para i-summarize ng trial, ang tagapagsalita ng si Attorney Reginald Tonggol. Ang itong impeachment trial dahil sabi yung pagsupisita doon sa Prosecution si Attorney o na si NBI John Mark Calilo. So pakinggan natin. Dito sa likod mo. Hindi.
Okay na po? Okay na po? Good afternoon to everyone. Today was very fruitful for the impeachment court. As to administrative updates, the House panel of prosecutors subpoena request regarding the request for issuance of subpoena to Tecum on the tax documents of respondent Man Scarpio and 22 businesses connected or alleged to be connected to the Vice President. The presiding officer ordered the submission of memorandum on Monday and scheduling of the oral arguments on Wednesday for 10 minutes each side. And then for the renewed request for issuance of subpoena to Tecum for bank records as well, the presiding officer ordered the scheduling of the oral arguments on Monday for 10 minutes as well. The request for issuance of subpoena ad testificandum to Attorney Zuleika Lopez, the presiding officer granted the same and will be issued today. Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian called the session to order and convened as an impeachment court at 2 p.m. earlier with 20 senators present. For preliminary matters, as to the motion to strike out the remarks of counsel for prosecutor Attorney Ligutan that was tabled yesterday, the presiding officer equitably resolved it upon the withdrawal of Senator Judge Pia Cayetano of her motion. He, however, gave the same time privilege of 5-minute speech to the respondent's counsel, but reminded all the counsels
to avoid concluding speeches and let the evidence be presented accordingly moving forward. For housekeeping matters, the presiding officer has said that there will be a 15-minute break midway every hearing. And the senator judges were asked to keep their voices low because the area where they are is an echo chamber with people in the gallery will be able to hear what they are talking about. As to the continuation of the presentation of prosecution's evidence in chief, the cross-examination of NBI agent John Mark Calilong started and was conducted by the counsel for respondent, Attorney Narvasa. The presiding officer made several evidentiary rulings on motions and objections of both parties, and after the cross-examination was terminated, clarificatory questions were asked by several senator judges to the witnesses. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo, Senator Judge Bam Aquino, Senator Judge Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros, Senator Judge Joel Villanueva, Senator Judge and Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, Senator Judge Amy Marcos, Senator Judge Alan Cayetano, Senator Judge Mig Subiri, Senator Judge Tito Soto, and Senator Judge Ping Lacson all raised their clarificatory questions to the witness. And without the prosecution conducting any redirect examination and no more recross examination, the witness was excused. The trial was adjourned and will resume tomorrow. Typographical error on the briefer. On Wednesday, July 13, 2026. July 13, Monday, at 2 p.m. for the testimony of prosecution witness. First, Attorney Jeremy C. Lotok. And then the prosecution will also present Attorney Zuleika Lopez and Captain Belinda Bello for July 14 and July 15 respectively. Any questions?
Sir, question. Yung 10 minutes oral arguments, does the impeachment court parang enough na ba yun para maihayag ng defense at ng prosecution yung kanilang stand dun sa issue ng pagsusupina ng bank records?
Yes, it should be enough because as I said earlier, the presiding officer also directed na magbigay po ng kanilang mga memoranda yung magkabilang panig ukol dito sa issue na ito at yun po ay matatanggap ng ating impeachment court at senator judges sa Lunes at bibigyan sila ng ilang araw para basahin yon, maintindihan yung legal arguments at posisyon ng bawat partido at pagdating sa oral arguments, i-reiterate na lamang nila yung pinaka-importanting parte ng kanilang memorandum para sa ating publiko naman.
Gaano kahalaga yung oral arguments gayong meron na silang written memorandum na isusumite?
Yung oral arguments ay magpapakita nung kanilang mga posisyon regarding the issue at ito ay mapapakita sa publiko dahil maihahayag ito through televised through television tsaka televised video. So yung mga nakalagay sa memorandum na hindi mababasa ng ating mga kababayan ay mailalahad through that oral argument.
Last from me, sir. After the oral argument, do we expect the court to decide on the motion of the prosecution to subpoena those bank records?
Correct. Siyempre, kasama sa oral arguments na yan, yung mga senator judges will be also able to argue or ask questions regarding certain issues na nakalakip doon sa issue ng pag-i-issue ng mga subpoena katulad ng secrecy of bank records, secrecy ng BIR records. So, maaaring mailahad doon kung paano nakuha yung possible na mga tax records, kung ito ba ay i-issue ng ating BIR Commissioner with the consent of the President o wala ba. So yung mga ganong issue kasi yung mga parating nagka-crop up dahil ayon sa Section 270 ng tax code natin, mayroon lamang napakaliit na leeway kung kailan pinapayagan yung pagdi-disclose ng ganon. So doon mailalahad kung meron how they will go about it at kung paano hindi ito mag-violate ng mga batas na mga sinabi ko.
Attorney, pursue ko lang po yung question ni Dexter. Dahil doon sa oral argument, paano po iyon, para lang po mag-picture ng mga kababayan natin kung ano yung magiging scenario after ng oral argument, paano po iyon didesisyonan ng mga senador yung pagpapasabina sa bank and tax records ng Vice President?
Initially po, it will be decided on by the presiding officer, and then if the floor will appeal, or the senator judges will appeal that decision, then it will be voted on by the senator judges. So only a failure to get the majority of the appeal will mean na the presiding officer's resolution will stand. Kapag po nanalo naman yung boto ng mayorya doon sa appeal na yon, then the order of the presiding officer will be overturned by the position of the one appealing.
Or pwede pong i-throw na rin sa body ng presiding officer
Pwede rin po, isa rin
making
pong
a
option
ruling?
yan. Isa rin pong option.
And then, sir, pa-explain lang po kasi narinig natin kanina at kahapon din, yung mahabang direct and cross-examination dito kay John Mark Calilong dun sa mga technicalities as to the authentication ng mga documents. Bakit po ito kailangan gawin?
Kinakailangan po yun dahil ito po ay mga formalities of the law at nakasaad po kasi sa ating rules of court na supportorily applicable po kung paano po gagawin yon, paano gagampanan po yun ng isang abogado. Kaya yung pagtatanong po ay step by step, kailangan pong ilakad ng abogado nagrepresenta ng testigo yung korte at saka yung mga hukom kung paano nakuha at naging yung isang video na yon o isang dokumento na yon, paano niya nahawakan yon at paano nakarating doon sa korte. So yung buong chain of custody na yon, kailangan niyang patunayan na to be unbroken at wala siyang dinagdag o binawas doon sa prosesong yon. So yun, tama ka po. Tama ka po. So yung mga pagtatanong po kanina, kasama po yung pagtetest ng credibility ng both the testimony of the witness and the witness himself.
Sir, balikan ko lang yung ano.
Thank you po.
Sir, naka 3 days na tayo ng trial. Nakakaisang testigo pa lang. Hindi ba apektado yung timeline na inilatag para mas, yung si Senator Bam kanina, di ba, nag-request na nga actually na baka pwedeng ma-hasten yung process, attorney?
Katulad ng sinabi ko po last time, yesterday rather, nung tinanong din ako ukol dyan, tinanong tayo na kung madadagdagan ba yung araw o mababawasan ba, depende po yan sa parties. Katulad po ngayon, nakita po natin na naka-schedule po talaga si NBI agent Lotok na ipresenta po today ng prosecution, pero base po doon sa motion ng prosecution o ng House Panel of Prosecutors ay hindi na po nila i-present this afternoon, and they are going to present the witness Lunes po. So because of that, hindi po inasahan natin na gano'n na mangyayari, na mapapaikli yung araw natin today. The impeachment court and the senator judges were ready to hear the testimony of the House prosecution witness. However, pinagbigyan na lang rin yung deferral na yon ng pagrepresenta, siguro dahil na rin na nakita na rin na baka mahaba rin yung magiging testimonya niya, and kung kahapon yung magiging basehan natin ng pag-testify ng isang witness at tungkol sa authentication na step by step, baka abutin din ulit yun ng 2 to 3 hours. So Yun yung mga kailangang balansehin ng korte sa kanyang pagdedesisyon kung i-grant niya o i-deny niya yung isang motion to defer the presentation of a witness to some other date or time. Kaya yun. So kung sa court calendar natin, parte ng kapangyarihan ng isang korte na i-manage yung kanyang schedule at saka yung process ng pagpepresenta. So hahanap naman ng korte. At syempre tatanungin niya rin yung parties in the next coming weeks kung sino ba yung mga witnesses na pwedeng pagsabayin na 2, 3 sa isang araw para makahabol tayo doon sa timeline na sinasabi. So that is within the prerogative of the court. Pero kanina sinabi rin ni presiding officer, itong first 2 to 3 days, we're just trying to get the hang of things in a manner of speaking. Kaya tinitingnan pa natin yung pace ng bawat party, ng bawat abogado, pati ng mga senator judges. And maybe next week and the coming weeks, mas madali na nating ma-figure out paano ililay down yung terms of engagement ng pagpapresenta ng mga testimonya. Ano pa ba?
Attorney, question lang po, kung may idea lang sila, sa 3 araw po so far ngayon ng impeachment trial, nakakamagkano na po kaya ang gastos on the logistics? Kung may idea lang.
Ako, wala sa pay grade ko magtanong ng pera. So, hindi ko masasagot po yan, but babalikan kita sa question na yan, no? Dahil tama ka, isa pong concern din yan, no, ng ating mga sambayanan. So, gusto rin natin malaman. So, siguro I will get the clearance from the Senate President to ask about the allocation of the budget regarding the impeachment trial so that I can give you a better answer next time.
Okay. And attorney, isa lang po, mabilis lang din. Napansin po kasi nung iba, especially online, na 2 po yung nakaupo sa harap dun sa may rostrum. Sinasabi nung iba, baka raw secretary daw po ng presiding officer yung katabi ni Senchis. Pero ano pong explanation nila na 2 silang nandoon sa taas?
I refer to my previous statement nung Lunes. Nasagot ko na rin po yan, no? Oo, baka maging ulit 'di ba? Baka mabuhay ulit yung mga issue. Pero wala namang issue dapat 'yan kasi it is a symbolic gesture na they are equals, just doing different hats, 'di ba? Wearing different hats. Yung isa ay legislative head at yung isa impeachment court head. So, walang kakaiba doon. Nakita na natin yan. This is not a new optics. This was already an old optics from the time of the impeachment case of the President Estrada na nakaupo yung head ng impeachment court na si Chief Justice Davide sa tabi ng head naman ng legislative function ng Senate, which is the Senate President Aquilino Pimentel. So, in that aspect, this is not old optics. Siguro hindi lang nila malaman yung reference na yon dahil baka mga bata pa yung mga natin, yung mga viewers natin.
Sir, itong 3 days po, sabi nyo nga, may experience din po kayo, no? Would you say na nagsukatan lang o nagsukatan na itong 2 panig po na tipong yung ganun po, tulad niya, nagbago po yung diskarte or masasabi natin na hindi na po na-present yung second NBI agent?
That is a fair conclusion on your part po. Tama po yun. That any person na reasonably pong mag-isip, may isip din yun. Ganun naman po yun para po tayong nangangapa pa po sa mga hindi natin kakilala, kaibigan, asawa, jowa, ganun. So, ganun din po yung nangyari in the first 2 to 3 days natin. Nangapalan ko anong klaseng style ba magtanong, anong klaseng gano'n yung kabilis yung pace nung magtanong, ano yung mga objections na usually nire-raise. So, nagkapaan pa po talaga, tama yun. Objective naman po yung ganong conclusion ng any person sa proceedings.
Isn't too early to say, going back to this statement ng Senator Banks, it's too early to say nga po na dapat straight to the point daw po yung mga sinasabi ng parties and dapat ina-allow yung mga testimonies matapos po? Or does the impeachment court agree na dapat nga po straight to the point?
dapat straight to the point yung ano, a matter of style kasi yun eh. But I think the presiding officer is very lenient in giving all the parties their chance or their place under the sun. So I think yun yung important kasi sa totoong korte hindi medyo mahigpit talaga. No, pero dito kasi kailangan natin balansehin yung karapatan din ng ating mga mamamayan na makita yung mga nangyayari at mailahad sa kanila yung mga ebidensya na inilalahad sa harap natin dyan sa plenary. So, kailangan kung magandang yung mga tanong din, medyo diretso, may foundation din, kaya okay naman yon, reasonable naman yung mga request na ganun mula sa Senator Judge at alam naman ng presiding officer that the senator judges and even the parties themselves, yung mga abogado under their oaths, will govern themselves accordingly.
Sir, susugan ko lang yung tanong ni Kuya Raymond dun sa time. Hindi ba nasayang yung time ng impeachment court ngayon considering na cross-examination ang nangyari? Pero ready naman yung mga senator judges na dun sa next witness. At masasabi ba natin na failure or baka hindi ready ang prosecution kaya hindi tinuloy yung pagharap ni Lotto?
We cannot comment po dun sa intention of the prosecution for not anymore presenting NBI agent Lotok today. We have to take their manifestation and motion on its face kung ano po yung narinig natin. Nasa discretion po nila kung paano nila iprepresenta yung ebidensya. Sila rin po bahala mag-manage nung mga witnesses nila, kailan nila iniisip na magandang ipresenta yung witness na yon. Baka meron silang timing, baka may strategy po sila. We cannot really comment on ano po yun, no? Hindi naman po nasayang yung oras ng korte kasi nga, sabi ko nga po sa inyo, nangangapa pa po tayong lahat at tinitingnan rin ng korte kung ito ba ay reasonable o hindi reasonable yung pagka-defer. So, siguro ngayon, para medyo masanay muna tayo na mahaba-haba yung mga usapin sa floor, medyo pinayagan siguro muna tayo ng presiding officer na okay lang na wag na muna ngayon si NBI agent Lotok at next week na lang. Pero sabi ko nga kanina, I'm sure hahanap at hahanap naman ng paraan ang lahat ng partido ng chance na para mapabilis yan. Kung maaring yung mga witnesses na yan ay dalawa na sa susunod na mga araw at medyo sanay na tayo sa mahabang mga trial, baka yun yung gawin ng presiding officer.
Thank you, sir.
Dalawa po? Wala. Thank you po. Enjoy your weekend.
May hearing bukas, sir.
ang act pending
Import,
away.
sinabi niya na ng Prosecutor Defense Cordero itong request ng sabina ad testificandum si Atty. Laika Lopez kung ad testificandum. So, pag sabina kung pinag naman ng dokumento. So, sabina para sa ay ng Office of the Vice President. So, sabina para sa kanya sa iyaharap ng testigo, isa sa mga testigo sa ko. So, noong sinasabi at ang Vice President kay Pangulong Bongbong Attorney Tonggol na kakaroon oral argument sa request for the kumpara sa bank records ng Vice President Sabina kay Anti-Council Remolona. Ngayon sa Wednesday naman, ang oral argument para dun sa para sa Sabina, sa SECUM, para sa tax document, Vice President Sara Duterte, Senator Carpio, at 22 nila. Magkakaroon ng oral argument, ibig sabihin magtalo, yung pagkakataon na argument, pabor at kontra, doon sa dokumento, ang prosecution at ang humingi document, bank at tax record ng Vice President panig ng fraud. So, yung sabi ng pagkakasensya, binigyan ng kopya at kabigyan sila pagkakataong magbigay ng kanilang sa lunes sa case ng tax document. So, kahit na ay magkakaroon pa rin sila ng oral argument. Sabihin nito, pagsasalita ng pagkakataon ng mga twiran sa harap ng senator judges sa gitna yan ng trial. At batay doon sa kanilang pagpapaliwanag ay doon kasi judges yung kanilang magiging desisyon kung magpapais sabina o hindi sa mga bank at tax records Vice President. Samantala, kanina pagtatapos na kanino at ng NI bilang testigo ng prosecution sumalang sa cross-examination at habang sa kinocross-examine na rin na pagkakataon naman panig na prosecution na mag-object dun sa takbo ng pagtatanong Attorney Carlo Narvasayo na kay John Mark Calilong at nagkaroon ng direct examination o hindi nagtanong ang abogado ng prosecution si Attorney ng prosecution at ang paliwanag ng isang abogado na ating
na daw ginagawa, yung narinig kasi gawa, pinarikita ng proseso ng kanyang testigo. Ang tawag doon, direct examination. Pagka nagkaman, yung kabila, yung abogado ng tawag doon, cross-examination. May pagkakataon direct examination. Sabihin, tinatanong muli ng abogado ng prosecution yung kanyang testigo. Sa pagkakataon yung ginawa ng prosecution. Ang paliwanag ng abogado na ating kanina, hindi na daw nag-direct examination kapag sa tingin na walang damage na gawa doon cross-examination yung kabilang. So, kanina, tapos na pag-testify ni John Mark Calilong at doon sa cross-examination sa kanya kanina ipinakita yung portions ng videos ng November 23, 2024 online press conference ni Vice President Duterte. Hindi na ipinakita yung portion ng press conference na ipinakita kahapon ng prosecution kung saan nakita ang Vice President na nagsabi na mayroon na siyang kinausap na papatay kina Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Marcos at dating House Speaker Martin Romualdez. At sa halip, ang ipinakita kanina ay yung portion nung online press conference ng Vice President kung saan ang makikita ay video ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President na binanggit natin na nakasabina na. Doon po sa video, madilim yung kinaroroonan ni Lopez katulad ng kinaroroonan ng Vice President. Supposedly, iyon ay sa kamera. Umiiyak si Lopez doon sa video dahil mula raw sa detention doon sa kamera, middle of the night, gusto daw siyang ilipat sa Correctional for Women, samantalang hindi raw siya kriminal at threatened din yung kanyang buhay. Nagtanungan na ang media, yung mga tao dito, kung ano ba ang relevance ng pagpapakita ng video na yon ni Attorney Lopez. Ang itanong ni Senator Judge Risa Ontiveros sa abogado ng depensa kung anong relevance ng pagpapakita na yon ng video clip ni Attorney Lopez. Ang tanong ni Ontiveros ay sinasabi ba ng depensa na yung mga alleged threat o alleged incitement ng Vice President ang nagtulak para doon sa kung yun daw ba yung dahilan, yun ba ang dahilan kaya mayroong grave threat o may ginawang pagbabanta ang Vice President kay Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Tumagon na itong sinarbasa ng yes, pero nag-caution dyan si Senator Chief Escudero. Dahil ang niremind dyan, Senator Judges, na mag-ingat sa pagtatanong sa mga abogado na mauuwi sa pagbibigay nila ng konklusyon doon sa ipinipresenta nila. Sa halip na sila ay magpresenta ng evidence o naitutulak kasi sila na maggumawa ng konklusyon. Dapat sabi ni Escudero, ang konklusyon mula sa ebidensya at hindi konklusyon ng counsel. Tinanggap naman ni Senator Ontiveros ang caution ni Escudero. Same caution yung ibinigay ni Escudero kahapon at nagkaroon na rin ng punagad si Senator Pia Cayetano kahapon. So dito po sa cross-examination, tinanong nila nabasa si Kalulong ukol sa ginawang investigasyon ng NBI sa pagbabantaro ng Vice President. Tinanong kung nag-file ba ng complaint na grave threats at inciting to sedition ng offended parties o yung mga pinagbantaan na sina Pangulong Marcos dahil yun yung impeachment complaints laban sa Vice President. Ang sabi ni Kalulong, wala sa pagkakaalam niya. Doon sa grave threats, ang sagot niya ay not yet. Sa clarificatory question, Senator Bam Aquino, sabi ni Atty. Amando Ligutan, ito yung abogado ng prosecution, may witness daw sila tungkol sa umano'y hitman na binanggit ng Vice President. At mayroon nga daw silang iyaharap dyan. Yung sinabing hitman, yung salitang may kinausap na ang Vice President na papatay kay kina Pangulong Marcos, sinabi yun doon sa pinakitang video kahapon na batay doon sa November 23, 2024 online press ko ng Vice President. At natanong din dito si Kalilong kung hindi AI generated yung video ng Vice President. Sabi ni Kalilong ay mayroon siyang enough experience para masabi na hindi artificial intelligence yung nakita. So ibig sabihin yung Vice President talaga yung nakita sa video. So dahil mabilis na o dahil hindi na nga nagkaroon ng redirect examination at siyempre wala nang request examination, ang prosecution maagang natapos itong trial. To be continued ang impeachment trial sa Lunes, alas 2 muli ng hapon. Habang ganito na walang plenary session ang dalawang kapulungan ng Kongreso ay Lunes hanggang Miyerkules ang impeachment trial mula alas 2 ng hapon onwards. Pero kapag nagkaroon na ng plenary session ang dalawang kapulungan ng Kongreso, yan ay mula sa ika-4 na Lunes nitong July, ay ang impeachment trial magiging Martes hanggang Huwebes na.
tuwing alas 3 ng hapon onwards. Wala rito sa Senado, kasama natin si Isa Avendaño Umali. Magbabalik pa rin po kami sa karagdagang reports dahil mayroon pa rin po kaming ginawang interview sa mga abogado ng panig ng depensa at mga abogado mula sa panig ng prosecution. Ako si Nimfa Ravelo ng Super Radio DZBB, Balitang Totoo.
The Vice President on Trial. Narito na ang pinaka-big time na programa sa radyo. Mga naglalaki ang ulat ng mga Super Radio reporter. Mga napakamalalaking balita mula sa DZBB News and Operations Center. Ito ang Big Time Balita. Narito ang tagapaghatid ng Big Time Balita. Walang kinakampihan, walang inuurungan, walang iniiwanan. Si Rene Santa Cruz. Si Rene Santa Cruz at ang Big Time Balita dito lamang sa Super Radio DZBB.
Babala! Huwag sasabay sa batang matatanda. Ako po si Rene Santa Cruz at ito ang Big Time Balita. Narito mga double B, balitang bulilit, sumariti, gante ang dating.
Si Rene Santa Cruz at ang Big Time Balita dito lamang sa Super Radio DZBB.
Ikatlong araw ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte kung saan tinalakay ang banta ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa buhay ni na Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, First Lady Liza Roneta Marcos at dating House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez. Tinapos na impeachment trial. Magpapatuloy sa darating na Lunes, July 13. Prosecution witness NBI Senior Agent John Mark Calilong tumailalim po sa cross-examination ng depensa sa ikatlong araw ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Duterte. Video ng Chief of Staff ni Vice President para Sara Duterte na si Atty. Zulaika Lopez pinakita sa impeachment trial bilang bahagi ng cross-examination ng depensa. Super Typhoon Inday na panatili ang lakas habang nasa Philippine Sea malapit sa Ilagang Luzon. Signal number 1 na sa 13 lugar sa Ilagang Silangang Luzon. Diyan po interesado ang maraming Pilipino sa bagyong paparating na si Super Typhoon Inday. Mas malupit yan kaysa impeachment. Dating DILG Secretary Benar Abalos itinalaga ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos bilang Cabinet Secretary. Rekomendasyon para tataas sweldo sa iba pang rehiyon. Posibleng sa Setyembre pa may palalabas ayon kay Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Yan ang mga double B balitang bulilit, subalit gante ang dating. Ang inyong naging tagapagbalita ay double B pa rin. Ang inyong batanggenyong broadcaster, ay si Rene Santa Cruz Arie.
Kayo'y nakikinig sa Big Time Balita Super Radio DZBB Bantay Bagyo.
Alamin kaagad natin ang pinakauling balita sa Super Typhoon Inday. Ang ating makakasama mula sa Weather Forecasting Center ng Pag-asa, Ma'am Charmaine Barilla. Magandang hapon po.
Yes, magandang hapon Karen, maging sa lahat ng ating mga tagapakinig at naritong ulat sa lagay ng panahon. Si Bagyong Inday nga ay nananatili pa rin sa kategoryang Super Typhoon at patuloy na kumikilos yan pakanluran sa may karagatan ng Pilipinas, silang bahagi ng Northern Luzon. Huli ngayong namataan sa layong 1,170 kilometers east o silangan ng Northern Luzon, may taglay na lakas ng hangin na maabot ng 195 kilometers per hour malapit sa sentro at pagbugso na umaabot hanggang 240 kilometers per hour. Patuloy na kumikilos pakanluran o westward sa bilis na 20 kilometers per hour at yung radius o yung extent ka na malakas na hangin nito umaabot ng 880 kilometers mula sa sentro. At base nga sa nakikita nating senaryo, patuloy yan nakikilos pa hilagang kanluran o kanluran, hilagang kanluran at maaaring lumapit dito sa may extreme northern Luzon, closest approach pagsapit ng Friday ng gabi o Sabado ng madaling araw. At inaasahan na nga natin yung paghina nito at maaaring umabot ng typhoon category bago makalabas ng ating Philippine Area of Responsibility, Sabado naman yan ng umaga. Sa kasalukuyan, nakataas pa rin ang wind signal number 1 sa may Ilocos Norte, Apayao, northern portion of Abra, Kalinga, eastern portion of Mountain Province, eastern portion ng Ifugao, Batanes, Cagayan including Babuyan Islands, Isabela, northeastern portion ng Quirino, northern portion ng Aurora at northern and central portion ng Catanduanes. Iba yung pag-iingat sa ating mga kababayan sa mga probinsyang na-mention dahil nga sa peligrong dala ng malalakas na hangin. At sa magiging taas naman ng mga pag-alo, nakataas ang ating gale warning sa may northern and eastern seaboards ng Luzon at eastern seaboards ng Visayas. Inaabisuhan natin yung ating mga kababayan dyan na kung maaari ay ipagpaliban muna yung paglalayag dahil delikado ang pagtaas ng mga pag-alon. At in terms naman ng mga malalakas na mga pag-ulan na aasahan, dito nga ngayon sa may kanlurang bahagi ng Visayas ang makararanas na malalakas na mga pag-ulan, particularly sa probinsya ng Antique at Negros Occidental. At dito rin sa may katimugang bahagi ng Mindanao kasama ang Sultan Kudarat at Sarangani. Magpapatuloy pa nga yan sa mga susunod na araw at maaari pang tumaas hanggang kanlurang bahagi ng Central Luzon dahil nga sa patuloy na paglakas or enhancement ng habagat na dala nitong bagyo. Kaya sa ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na sa kanlurang bahagi ng Central Luzon, pababa hanggang sa Mindanao ay iba yung pag-iingat sa mga peligrong dala ng malalakas mga pag-ulan, gaya ng pagbaha at pagguho ng lupa. At yan po ating latest mula dito sa Pag-asa Weather Forecasting Center, Charmaine Varilla, nag-ulat.
Super Radyo DZBB, Bantay, Bagyo!
Isunod kagad natin ang pinakaabangan ng mga pilotong lupa sa Big Time Balita. Latest traffic update sa Metro Manila. Live mula sa MMD Metro Base. Kasama natin maglilingkod ngayong hapon, Ma'am Tess Ignacio. Magandang hapon po.
Yes, magandang hapon po sa ating mga motoristang kasalukuyang bumabaybay dito sa kahabaan ng EDSA. Sa may southbound lane, pagsapit po dito sa may approach ng Muñoz, nag-uumpisa na po may kabagalan ang daloy ng masakyan hanggang makarating dyan sa may Bansalangin. Pero after ng Bansalangin, tuloy-tuloy na po ang kaluwagan patungo dyan sa may Monte Tipidad at may bahagyang kabagalan lamang pagsapit dito sa may approach ng Aurora. After ng Aurora intersection, tuloy-tuloy na po ang kaluwagan patungo dyan sa may Ortigas at may bahagyang kabagalan po pagsapit dito sa may approach ng Show Boulevard. Pagdating po dito sa may Boni, tuloy-tuloy na po ang kabagalan hanggang makarating na po dito sa may Ibanghilista. After ng Ibanghilista, may kaluwagan na pong bahagya patungo dyan sa may Cabrera at muling babagal pagsapit sa may approach ng Tramo patungo dyan sa may Top Rotonda. Yung kabilang panig sa may northbound lane, approach ng FB Harrison patungong Top Rotonda, may kabagalan pa rin ang daloy ng masakyan. Tuloy-tuloy naman na po ang kaluwagan after ng Top Rotonda hanggang makarating ng Amorsolo at muling babagal yan pagsapit dito sa may approach ng Arnaiz patungo ng Buendia. Pagdating po sa may Kalayaan, may kaluwagan na po tayo mararanasan patungo ng Guadalupe at muling babagal yan pagsapit sa may approach ng Pioneer hanggang makarating po dito sa may